Welcome back for day 2. We are so excited to have you with us again for the Glorium Technologies Summit. And we have a wonderful lineup of speakers today. I'm sure you're all very excited about this. So we're starting the day with Joseph Reth, who's going to be talking about the singularity is here-ish. He's going to talk about how futurist rate Kurzweil predicts that the singularity, the time when the abilities of a computer to overtake the abilities of a human brain, will occur in 2045. But what if he tells us it's already here in ways that we could never imagine? Next, we're going to have Kelly Peng. She'll be talking about leading and inventing as the CEO and CTO for building the world's best performing augmented reality glasses and platform from the chip level. Then we're going to have Ali Salih, who's going to talk about how Loop built a over $100 million company using GCP. We'll have a quick break for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back, and Lasse Andresen is going to talk about gathering the right people and cool things will happen. Then we'll have Julia Valentine, who will talk about successful startups building an ecosystem, followed by Dennis Yu talking about hiring VAs from Pakistan and the Philippines. And then we'll have a final word from Dmitry Stefanov. So we are very, very, very excited for this wonderful lineup, and welcome all of you today. And welcome to my co-host who is joining today as well. If you want to give a quick introduction.
What's up, April? Hi, everybody. Javy Martinez here, co-hosting this event with April and Andre. Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry I couldn't join yesterday. I heard great things about yesterday, so looking forward to another great day and all our speakers. So I hope you're ready. Take some mental notes and put them into action. So
definitely.
Thanks, April.
Yeah, absolutely. And so yesterday on the Startup CTO Summit, I know people were putting in the chat that they were inspired and they were feeling enthusiastic and, had some really great reactions. So I expect the same of today as well. I'm going to take a quick look here and see. Okay, we're ready. We're almost ready to go here. So yeah, and is there any particular topic that really catches you that you're super stoked to hear about today?
So Dennis Yu's one of my really close friends that I asked to come speak. He's actually been in Pakistan for the last couple of weeks, and I'm really excited about his talk because he's doing some really cool things over there and in the Philippines. So just sharing what he's doing and hopefully helping many people in those areas, but as well businesses all around the world with VA.
Yeah.
So that's something that I've definitely leaned into a lot in some of my businesses. So but all of the talks look great, honestly. I was kind of bummed I wasn't here for some of the ones yesterday, but I got to tune in a little bit. I'm going to watch the reruns, given that we're going to be posting them on YouTube, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was really great. It was really inspiring too. And what was really neat was that there was sort of a theme that ran through all of them. So there were some overlaps here and there that added extra dimensionality to everything. There was a lot of talk about hiring the right team and, making sure that the founder is basically setting the sail or setting the North Star or the pole star for the company and what it means to do that as a founder, but also what it means to find the team that's going to support you in doing that. So there's a lot of talk about that and making sure that your tech is in service of your target audience or your clients or your customers in the end, right? So you aren't just creating cool tech for the sake of it, which is always tempting when you have cool ideas and you want to make things like really, really innovative. But there was a lot of discussion around, okay, well, sort of art for art's sake or create the sake of creating or tech for tech's sake is not quite the full answer. And so there was some discussion around that, and it can be, I know, really challenging for individuals. There's also some chat around, how difficult it is to find the right culture fit in addition to the right talent fit, right? When you're trying to build out that team for what you need, and find people that are able to communicate fluidly as well, because I know a lot of people in tech are really brainy and tend to be introverted. And so it can be a little bit challenging at times, right? To find that match where everybody can really be on the same page. So there was so it was really, really cool. And then we finished out the day talking about just how important it is to know your reason for being as a company and your reason for being being communicated with everyone on your team so that you aren't working in silos or just having a bunch of worker bees who are heads down just doing the task, but that understand the solution or the problem you're trying or the problem you're trying to solve with the solution you're building, right? Especially knowing that problems can shift and suddenly, okay, well, the problem you're trying to solve for is no longer exactly the same, doesn't have the same boundaries or definition. It shifted a bit because market forces changed it. And so now the problem we're solving for is B instead of A, or A.2 or something, right? And so we need to pivot a bit. And it's a lot easier. I think that as a CTO, you're leading a big team. And if you don't communicate that, suddenly you have a bunch of people feel like you're just changing your mind for the sake of it. And it can feel like you're mercurial rather than that you're actually following something. And so that they were talking about how important it is to make sure that you're actually letting your team know this is the mission in the end, so that so they can follow with you if that takes you on kind of a winding road rather than, a direct trajectory from this point to that point.
Yeah, I can completely see what they mean. As far as communication, I think communication is key. I have a blessing and a curse of over communicating, but I think it's definitely helped me out in the long run. So, yeah, that's really interesting. I appreciate you sharing that. And if you don't mind, I'd love to ask the audience where they're tuning in from, and what are they working
Good
on
question.
to learn about that as well. If you'd like to put it in the comments. But yeah, so. As far as our first speaker, I think he should be hopping on here very shortly, if I'm not mistaken. But where are you tuning in from, April?
So I am based outside the Grand Canyon in northern
Okay.
Arizona. I'm one of these weird people that went from New York City to LA to the wilderness because I was I was a little bit ready for something more peaceful and idyllic. I'm very type A and go all the time. So for me having, a respite from out external forces that add to that is actually really good. I know that sounds really funny, but it's a way of keeping myself balanced because otherwise I'm just 100 miles an hour with no stops. So
That's funny. Yeah, that's quite
yeah,
the scenery change, to say the least.
it's a big scenery change. Yeah, but now I can go hiking out my back door, which is crazy. And so yeah,
That's nice.
yeah, it's nice. It's nice. And I can still I mean, now that things have opened up a bit, I can go back to traveling some more too. So I tell people that I'm living where I would normally vacation, and then I vacation or travel to places that are, where most people live.
That's funny. Completely
Yeah.
flip the script.
Yeah. And what about you? Are you in Texas?
Yes, I'm in Dallas, Texas. So,
Amazing.
yep. I was in Florida yesterday. I went to go pick up my grandma. It was her birthday, so I was surprising her to bring her. I just had a newborn about 4 months ago, so she hasn't met him, and I was looking forward to introducing them. But yeah, I'm in Texas, Dallas, Texas. So if anyone's from Dallas, Texas, or anywhere in Texas, feel free to ping me. I'd love to meet up.
Go
Um,
Texas.
Texas is really hot right now. I don't know how Arizona is or where everyone else is, but it is super hot. I love Texas, but the weather here is the most bipolar weather I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, I know that. My number 2 is in Austin, so we have
Oh,
lots
I
of
love
weather
Austin.
conversations.
Great city,
Yeah,
great city.
yeah, it's amazing. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and shift into giving the full introduction here for our first speaker, for Joseph Reth. So, as I told you, he's gonna be talking about the singularity is here-ish. He's gonna talk, in addition to the things we discussed about Ray Kurzweil, how ad tech is transforming our perception of people online and positioning our societies, and how LLMs like GPT-3 and Gopher aren't true AGI, but are just good enough to trick the human mind, and why he thinks that LLMs, with the help of automation, have already passed the Turing test. So I'll tell you a little bit more about him as well. So he is the founder and current CEO and CTO at Reth Digital, which is one of the nation's fastest growing digital agencies. represented by The Machine, and it was ranked 7th most trending marketing company in the US in October of 2020 by Crunchbase. So we are very, very excited to have him joining us today. I know this is going to be a super engaging talk. And what do you think? What do you think? Is the singularity here-ish?
It's a very interesting topic, especially with all the AI and chatbots and tools coming out. I know they recently came out with like the Martech report, which is like all the marketing technology tools out there, and I think
Mm.
they mentioned that there was like 8,400 tools out there right now. From all types of whether it's analytics, AI, chatbots, social media. It's really interesting. That's something I've actually been I love trying and experimenting with new tools, and AI is something I'm very fascinated with. I'm at the very, tip of the iceberg, so I'm not very familiar with, a lot of these things that Joseph will be talking about. So I'm very curious to learn more about it. Um, but definitely something I've utilized, over the last couple of months. So definitely very interesting topic. 2045 seems like really far away, but I honestly feel like, the last 2 or 3 years have flown by. So hopefully, 2045 is not as fast as the last 2 years.
I think you'll find I'm going to age myself here, but I think you'll find that they always say, you always hear the grandparents like, "Oh, time goes faster as you get older," and unfortunately, they're right. It's one of those like, how is it 2022? How is this happening? And how is it already almost June? This is just madness.
Yeah, it's
Time just
crazy.
flies.
It
Yeah.
really does. Well, and I hope everyone's staying safe and healthy during these times. I think it's now that we're kind of going back to in person, whether you're going back to the office or attending events, this is really cool that we get to be on virtually. And you're over in the Grand Canyon, I'm over in Texas, and I bet
Yeah.
everyone else that's tuning in is across the globe. So
Yeah, for
I
sure.
think what these events are going to look like post COVID is going to be really interesting. More of a hybrid approach is what I'm thinking. What about yourself?
Yeah, I think so too. It's interesting. I know before the pandemic, I actually run a marketing public relations agency, and so we were doing a lot of events in person. And lately, we've been doing some more events in person, but it's really hit or miss. It really only seems to work if there's a product that actually needs to be in the hands of editors or journalists, something like that, where they have to experience it. Otherwise, it seems like people really are preferring, the virtual, because I think partly, you save on travel time and cost, but plus you save on all the time that it takes out of your day to go to the event, right? So we can do something like this and we can tune in and everybody's here and they're, juggling their busy lives, but we can get a great blast of amazing information from our home. And
Yep.
so it's tempting to just keep doing that now that everyone knows that that's what we can do.
Definitely. Yeah, I think you hit a nail on the head. I think it's all about convenience. I mean, we all live busy lives, and the fact that you can kind of just sit on your couch and kind of tune in and learn. Just the only thing you're missing is like the human connection, right? I mean, I'm a people
Mhm.
person, so I like to be in person and be there. But I think this is also like a really good alternative, especially for people that can't travel, right? So that it opens up another. Um, you know alternative for them. So super,
Mhm.
super, super neat that we get to do this. And this is my second event I'm hosting for Glorium Technologies, and the first one was awesome. So I'm hoping this is even better. Because Andre and them put on such an amazing event, and they bring in such great speakers. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this first one. And Joseph, and I think we might be having a little bit of technology issues. So but we should be going on shortly with Joseph. But anything else that you took away from yesterday that I might have missed, April?
Yeah, good question. I mean, there was a lot of discussion around that. I think trying to think if there's anything I didn't mention that would be good to get into. I mean, there was definitely there were definitely some heady topics that I could never do justice to trying to recreate. But it was really, I think it was really inspiring to people to get all these different perspectives of people who come from, there were people that had marketing plus tech backgrounds who were able to speak to, okay, how do you shift your message, when you're looking to speak to investors versus your customers, right? Versus your tech team. And I think that's something that can be really challenging at times where, you get so heads down in trying to solve something that you forget, oh, we have to justify why we're doing this, for the customer, for the investor. There was some chat about, actually, I'll just pull up my notes from yesterday because there were some fun one-liners from people's presentations as well. There was a meme with Sam Jackson that said, build something without talking to customers again, I dare you. And so that was a whole talk about, why are we building this? Who's going to use it? And going ahead and, if there were features that you thought were super cool, but they weren't helpful, or the customers didn't like them, or they weren't being used, then do away with it, simplify, right? And so there were other cases where when they asked the customer that they had actually ideas that they were able to implement pretty easily that made their lives a lot easier, a lot better. It made the platform a lot more intuitive to use. And, they just added it in. So it was a lot of that talk was a lot about making sure that you're, identifying what customers actually want and not just building tech for tech's sake. There was a really interesting point that one of the speakers made about scaling. You need to plan to scale for a decade worth of scaling. So not just, okay,
Wow.
let's scale as we do it, but plan it out, map it out. Okay. And then break it into milestones. What does the first 1 to 3 year milestone look like? What does the next one look like? What does the next one look like? So that as you're building for today or for tomorrow, or for the next 3 years, that you're actually preparing then at that point what happens next, right? Because I know that anybody who's scaled a company, whether it's, whichever kind of company it is, there's always a breaking point. So you scale to a certain point and all the problems that you were trying to solve for are solved. And you're like, Eureka, we made it. And then it introduces a whole other set of problems, right? A whole other set of challenges that you had never anticipated. And so he was talking about the importance of making sure that you're preparing for those breaking points, right? And then after that point, to make sure that you prepare for the next set of challenges as best you can. And obviously things are going to come up that you can't predict and don't know you're going to have to solve for. But, the best that you can do to make sure that you're, that you're planning ahead and mapping it out. It helps not just with the product roadmap and, the engineering team, but also obviously in reporting back to the CEO or whoever's, dealing with the investors and the powers that be, the advisors, et cetera. So that's something that's really important. Let me pull up some other. We had one speaker that said, make sure that you're thinking about how are you making the world a better place and what do you believe in? So why are you here? What's your reason for being? And not that every company is going to, solve world poverty or, fix the world or something like that. But each company should have its place where it is making life better for its target audience, right? For its customers, for its clients, and making sure that the company is in service of that. And then, once you do that, then you have that mission and that North Star that can be communicated to the team. And then once that happens, the team is, more readily, they're more involved and more engaged too, right? It's more like we were talking about the importance of getting buy-in from your team. And part of the way you do that and make sure that their heart and their head are invested and that they're also using their creative problem solving is giving them that, what is that mission, helping instill it in them. So they're also pulling with all of their weight, right? To accomplish the thing that the company is trying to do to make the world better. and then giving them the space, like standing back and giving them the space to make sure that they're able to actually solve it without you micromanaging, because the more that they're invested in actually using their own problem solving skills, the more that they're going to be pulling with their full weight, right? And so there's really something special that happens when companies decide that it's not just the founder at the charge pulling, but it's everybody pulling. When everybody is pulling, then that company can really take off. You've got all of that momentum.
That's really interesting. Yeah, I completely agree. When everyone's able to align, I mean, it's just like a rocket ship that's about to take off. So
yeah, for sure.
Cool. I really appreciate that. Well, since we are still waiting a little bit, let's get the chat going. I don't see it. Let's get a little bit more activity. Maybe we can all drop our LinkedIn so we can all connect and network. Maybe drop some questions in regards to, what are some of the problems and, why you're tuning in. Maybe we can have one of our speakers answer these questions. Are y'all doing a Q&A at the end? Is that part of the...
Oh yeah, and I want to remind everybody, so please, when the speakers are talking, if you've got questions for them, don't wait till the end. Go ahead and just throw it in the chat, and then once we get to the end of it, then we'll make sure that we go through and ask your questions for you so we can get them answered.
Awesome. Well, so as far as your favorite topic yesterday, what was your favorite topic and why?
I think I was most passionate because of my own personal passions about the final talk.
Okay.
I can tell you a little bit more about it. Let me just grab all the details here. So Rashid Lohani talked about how scaling is hard, but selling is harder, and talked an awful lot about some of the things I've been repeating about this, how you need to sell your ideas and your concepts and make them actually feel real to your entire team, right? So that, and get out of the way of your team and, just be on the sidelines to be their cheerleader and their coach, not the problem solver. And it's something that I know when I've seen, when I've done it with my team, right? And I tend to be a little bit of a less of a micromanaging manager than some people. And so I will back off and say, okay, this is your realm. You run it how you want to run it. I just, these are the results we're going for. And when you do that, I've seen that people really rise to the occasion and take ownership of it. And also just, they make it a job that they want. Right? They go out and they do it. And sometimes then they do things that they don't want, but because they're in service of the greater mission of their role. And so I find that it makes for a happier team in the end. And it really helps that with when I'm talking about that scaling. And then the cool thing is, since they understand the mission or the vision of the company, then they start to bring their own vision to it. That's in service of the ultimate mission, right? It's not like it's a tangent, but they'll come and they actually come up with ideas and have sort of a bigger vision for the company than I might even myself. So I think that there's something that's really, really cool that happens when everybody starts to own their own role and their own place in the mission. So yeah, I was really stoked on that one. Yeah. There were definitely a couple that were a little bit over my head. That Konstantin Vilk talked about the quantum threat and defense against it. And he talked about, the risk posed by quantum computing. And there was a lot of really great information in there for anybody that's in the space. I'm sure that they followed along with all of it. I'm gonna make myself sound a little bit ignorant, but it was definitely a little bit over my head, that one. But I found it really fascinating.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I bet there's some people that love to nerd out to that, and just like
yeah, for
some
sure.
of the topics today, I'm looking forward to nerding out. But it looks like our next speaker, or our first speaker, Joseph, is ready. So April, I'll let you take the lead and introduce him.
Perfect.
And I'll step
Very
back.
good. All right, so
Welcome.
Joseph Reth is joining us to talk about the Singularity is Here-ish. Just a quick reminder, he's the founder and current CEO and CTO of Reth Digital, which is one of the nation's fastest growing digital agencies. And it was ranked the 7th most trending marketing company in the US in October 2020 by Crunchbase. We're very, very excited to hear about the Singularity being here-ish. Welcome,
Hello.
Joseph.
Hello,
Thanks for
hello.
joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I had technical issues. My camera was not working,
These things happen, even to the best tech people.
even to the best of us. Yes, so I'm giving a talk. It's a play on words. And so the famous book is, the singularity is near. My talk
Mhm.
is the singularity is here-ish, right? So it's
Yep.
a play on words. I have, we'll call it 20 minutes. So can you guys, is my presentation here? Very cool. So yeah, the singularity is here-ish, right? So this is the talk outline, right? Ray Kurzweil, he predicted the singularity is when the ability of a computer can overtake the ability of humans. And that should occur in like 2045, about like 20 years away. But what if I told you that it was already here in ways we could have never originally imagined? So, originally it was this idea of, I have a graph that I can show. We'll go there real quick and we'll come back. It's like this. Is it? I love this graph because it's comical, but it's true at the same time. Is that it shows this almost steady linear curve, and then it just has this huge hockey stick saying, this is the human progress through time, all the innovation, all the technology iterations, and this is where we are, circa 2019, 2020, 2022. And this is what's going to happen, with the advancements of like NLPs and large language models, and just the advancements of technology. And this is how it's going to look. And so that was the original concept. But I'm here to tell you is at our agency and what we're doing right now, what we're building is there's cool things to where we're using large language models and simple automation. And it is up to you guys, or up to the viewer, to determine whether or not it passes the Turing test and whether or not it's the closest thing we have to true AGI. So this is me. The introduction was right. So I was born into a family of 3 sisters, the youngest of them, and we were always involved in like sciences and technologies and stuff like that. And so, high school, I started a tech club, built a lot of like iOS applications, used stuff like Raspberry Pis, just had a lot of fun there, like I'm sure everyone. Um, then yeah, I started this agency, bootstrapped it back in 2019, and grew it to like a multi-million-dollar agency, ranked on Crunchbase, all that fun stuff. And so here's where we are at. So we have kind of 2 questions, right? Is what is a singularity, and here-ish, right? What do both of those mean? And those 2 questions will help us answer and get to a conclusion of my talk. And so the singularity, it wasn't conceived by Ray Kurzweil, but it was kind of popularized by him. So, he wrote this book, The Singularity is Near, and it talks about a point in time, where just the growth is uncontrollable, irreversible, and there's no going back from technology advancing well over the human capabilities. So the best way to think about it, the best thought experiment is, um, imagine like multiple Nobel Prize award winners just being given every minute, to where things are just the hardest computer science problems, the hardest problems to ever exist, are being solved within minutes. And this is kind of this idea of the technological singularity, is that it's kind of this hypothesis that an intelligent agent, it could be a singular or multiple, is so smart that it's solving these problems that we've struggled for decades, in a matter of minutes, maybe seconds, hours, stuff like that. And so this is the graph, right? Like I said, I love this graph. The human progress through time, and then you're here. This is kind of the demonstration of what the singularity would look like, in terms of innovation and iteration and all that fun stuff. And so what is here-ish? And so I started my agency, and it's a marketing agency, right? So we operate, advise, manage brands on social media platforms, modern media platforms, all that fun stuff. Um, but it's not a tech company. And so growing up, always being involved in tech, learning how to code when I was like 10 or 11, um, and just being kind of like looking at this idea of AGI and the singularity as like this is something that's going to happen in my lifetime. Um, I was like anyone else to where you automatically come to these headlines, right? Robots could take over 20 million jobs by 2030, and a lot of these headlines are misleading. But it made it made my brain begin to wonder of like, okay, what my team is doing at Reth Digital, is that going to become antiquated in a matter of 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Can creativity be automated? Can it be replaced by AGI? Um, and so what we came to find out is that creativity cannot, but media can. So the ability to add automation where there's customer interactions or like replying to tweets or creating tweets, this can easily be replaced, and we've already done it now in today's day and age. So think of the brands you interact with on social media, like Costco or like Lululemon, all these brands where you're DMing the customer service rep, you're replying to tweets, you're adding them saying, "Oh, I'm having this issue. I can't log into my account." All of that's being responded by what you think is a person. And it probably is as of right now for most brands, not the brands that we work with. But the brands that we work with, we use kind of it's kind of a part of our family now, but a bot called Echo that we named and we coined, to where we call it, the world's first AI social media marketer, to where we use large language models with the help of automation and proxies. And it basically, we've had zero detection so far. It replaces the modern day social media manager of the person creating captions, replying to comments, replying to DMs, all these things that go into the back end of a marketing agency. And so the way that came to be is, circa 2019, 2020, I was just thinking, okay, could we be replaced? When will that happen? In terms of like us being a marketing agency, and can we kind of do it before someone else replaces us? It's kind of this ironic idea of saying, can we replace ourselves before someone else replaces us with a $9, $10 piece of software? So yeah, like these titles, will a robot take your job? Um, AI will create more jobs. So this is kind of a more accurate title that, AI will end up creating more jobs, but just the skills aren't even existing yet. Like scientists, more jobs in IT, stuff like that. And so come, 2020, coming out of this is, I'll explain this slide. Coming out of 2020, with COVID and our agency definitely took a downturn, to where I was kind of at a standstill to where we weren't. Most marketing firms aren't applying any form of machine learning, AI, or even a solid, having solid tech stacks for that matter. But growing up, I always wanted to run a tech company, and it just so happened that I started running a marketing agency because in high school I just started messing around with the graphic design, and I happened to be relatively good for my age. And so I just started working with local businesses around my city, and then that kind of transpired to over time just continuing to iterate, and then starting to work with big brands like Whole Foods, HBO and Discovery Channel, all these big brands that we've worked with. And then I wasn't able to take on the task, so start hiring people, and that's kind of how most marketing agencies come to be, right? So then come 2020, right? I'm kind of stuck with the idea of like, okay, we're not iterating, and I'm just scared of this idea of AI and the simulation and all these things, the singularity. And so like any 18-year-old at the time, I didn't go out and buy a Lamborghini. I was like, let's commit like $300,000 over the next 12 months to this project called Echo One. And basically, the mission is creating the world's first AI social media marketer. And so it's essentially replacing one very, very important variable of a marketing team. Someone argue the most important, because this is the person creating the captions, writing the comments, kind of giving that customer experience sentiment 24/7. And so this job is very, very important. And this is what we get paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do for brands. And so saying, okay, can we replace this, and how is this possible? Is it possible, right? Because I'm sure everyone was familiar with like bots on like Instagram and stuff, and it was basically just copy paste of like, oh, this picture is beautiful, or like heart emojis, stuff like that. It was not uh, it was easy to detect with like, this is a bot, this is copy and pasted. And so we get into the question of how we're going to do this. And so it's kind of, we're doing this mainly with LLMs, and then the help of proxies and automation. And so the question is, what are LLMs? So LLMs, large language models, they can translate language, write essays, generate compute code, all with limited and no supervision. But the question is, how can they do these things? And so GPT-3, um, one of the most popular large language models by OpenAI, one of Musk's companies. These are the top 10 data sets it uses to train the actual language processor. And stuff like LibGen, Wikipedia, Google, basically it scrapes almost the entire accessible internet, and uses this data to train its language model to learn how to predict text in a way that's human-like, right? So it's very indistinguishable from uh, whether or not it's a human or a computer. Um, and so, every day, GPT-3, OpenAI's large language model, which isn't the biggest one, and I have a slide for that, generates the equivalent of entire U.S. public library, 80,000 books of new content. And so these are the titles, right? The emerging types of language models and why they matter. Is it a new Moore's law? And how it will get weirder with the rise of large language models. And so, what kind of attracted me to even saying, okay, is this possible? Could we do this? And is this worth, investing $300,000 over the next 12 months on engineers, on resources, or on R&D for a relatively small agency? Is it worth it? And so I came across this article way back when, like, right, 2020, to where the GPT-3, someone used the GPT-3 OpenAI's API and posed it as a human on Ask Reddit for a week. And the results were pretty shocking, is that no one detected it at all. And if anything, it got a lot of upvotes to where people were interacting with this bot more than they were interacting with real people, or what we presume to be real people. And so this was kind of the green light for me to say, let's do this. Let's invest a good deal of money, and let's see if we can actually create not true AGI, but kind of something good enough to, for lack of better words, trick the human into thinking it's an actual human interaction, so that it's a seamless experience across the brands that we operate. And so these are kind of all of the large language models as of April 2022. And so you can see GPT, where is it? GPT-3 right here on the on the left corner. And so you can see the progression that's happened. We have right here on the right, Google's Palm. You can see how it's much bigger, the large language model. And so GPT-3 kind of started this trend of these big tech companies investing millions and millions of dollars into creating bigger and bigger large language models. And the way large language models work is that, at least as of right now, what we know is they scale with more money invested and more data being fed. And so the larger the large language model is, and the more parameters it has, but essentially the smarter it becomes. Now it also depends on the data you're feeding it. So like GPT-J, it's a much smaller language model, but it does execute coding much better than GPT-3, just because it's been trained on a lot more. Like it was trained primarily on GitHub, not primarily, but mostly on GitHub. As with GPT-3, it was scraping like the Wikipedias and like the data sets that we saw before, LibGen, and all that fun stuff. And so then we get to, okay, that's large language models. We understand, I thought I had a slide. We understand what they are, and how they work, and kind of how powerful they are, and we're kind of just scratching the surface. And so we have access to GPT-J and GPT-3, and those are the large language models that we're using as of right now. And so that's kind of the backbone of the technology that we're building. But the next problem is, and some people might not be aware of this, but I think everyone is vaguely, is kind of how there's not as many bots on social media, but there's been, a lot of talk of like Twitter being, majority bots on the platform. And then Instagram, you go in a comment section, you'll see a bunch of bots and bots and bots. Let me see if we're getting. Okay, I have a few more minutes, so I have to cover because I had some camera issues. So I'll try and finish shortly. But so there's lots of bots and bots and bots on these platforms. And so what Instagram did and what most social media platforms did is they basically reduced the API rate limit. And so before it was 5,000 calls per hour, and now it's like 200 calls per hour. And so this is a very big decrease in the amount of calls you can do to the API, which is not good for what we're building, right? It's not good for automation because you could easily get permabanned or temporary banned, and we have. But the kind of the way we solve this is through where is it? It's through proxies, right? And so, high frequency activities from a single IP for a long period of time can get a temporary ban by Instagram, or even many people have got permabans. So that was established in 2018. Before then, a lot of people were copy and pasting the same comments on a bunch of people's posts, doing a lot of follow, no follow, because the API calls, you could do as many as you wanted from a single IP. The issue now is that you need something called proxies, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, which is basically jumping from different IP addresses as long as they're localized, and Instagram's none the wiser. And so that's kind of how, in a nutshell, how we solve the problem of getting banned, getting permabanned, getting temporary banned on these platforms. And so this is kind of just an excerpt of how this is GPT-3, how GPT-3 and a human conversate with each other, right? So the human asks, how can you be sure God exists? And the AI says, that's the best part. I can still be sure. Human, and who created you? AI. The AI says, OpenAI. And so if you read this conversation and if you kind of look up conversations with, GPT-3 and a human, or if you even mess around with the playground and OpenAI and their API, you can see how it's working. You can actually see the call that it's making with the prompt. And you can just see how it's just predicting this text very, very accurately to where you're not even sure if you're talking to a human or if you're not. And of course, there is a lot of screw ups and there are a lot of mess ups, and you can tell. But when you're using it at such a limited capacity, like replying to DMs, creating comments, replying to tweets, and you give it a certain prompt with a certain tone, it's very hard for there to be kind of gaping holes in the system to where we've had zero detections over the past 6 months that we've been working with Echo on the brands that we've been operating with. I'm sorry, I'm going super, super fast. Okay, I have a few more minutes. And so this is kind of, I'll leave off with this question, right? So do LLMs with the help of automation, Echo, the bot that we've built, does that pass the Turing test? And so, and simple, the Turing test is it's more of a thought experiment than a true test of real AGI. But it's the foundation for kind of asking does this system pass as a human? And so it has three characters. One is the judge and the observer, and then there's two systems. One is a human and one is a computer. And the judge or the observer kind of gives these questions to both both the computer and both the human, and gets the response back to determine whether or not who is human and who is the computer. And so basically what we found is that we've had zero detections with the use of Echo on our brands, which is over 20 brands, with hundreds and hundreds of comments, DMs, replies, captions being formed weekly, when we've had zero detection so far. And humans, of course, it's the same thing. No one's assuming human is a bot. And so my question is if you plug this formula into kind of the Turing test and say, okay, if no one's detected, the observer is right, the audience of these brands, if no one's detected that Echo is a bot or a computer, then you can make the valid argument that it almost or somewhat does pass the Turing test. And so what does this mean? Well, the Turing test is more of a thought experiment, but what this means is that although we're not near we're not there to AGI yet, right? The title of my talk here-ish, that we are, I would say, close enough to where people don't even realize it, right? If we were to pull back the curtains and explain to people, like the way we explain our brands, of how Echo works, and how we're using LLMs and automation and proxies to kind of, like I said, for lack of better words, trick the audience into thinking they're interacting with a social media manager or a brand representative or customer support, then is that any different than kind of conducting a true Turing test? My bias is, of course, saying no. I mean, yes, my bias is, of course, saying yes, that this does pass as passing the Turing test. But a lot of people like to argue and say that the Turing test is just a thought experiment, and that's okay. Like I said, my talk is more of a fun little talk, explaining the technology that we've built, and kind of giving insight on LLMs. Letting everyone see the true power of these LLMs, and kind of dive deep into later of how these LLMs are going to transform the future of AGI. And I'm sure a lot of people have seen a lot of news with like Dolly, and Google's new product Imagen. And so yeah, I have a few more slides, but I think I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, thank you guys. Cool. I think
Thank you so much for that.
I'm
Super,
done.
super, super interesting.
Yeah, I had
Um,
to. I kind of sped through it just because I had camera issues in the beginning. But
all
yeah,
good.
I wish I could have given more in depth. But yeah,
No, I thought it was great. Is there any last detail that we didn't get that you want to give us? We've got a couple
no,
minutes
like
here.
I said, so I wish I could have given more in depth talk. And if people want to reach out, I can kind of explain how our technology works, or just like LLMs in general. Um, but no, I mean, the talk is kind of more of a fun talk than a super serious one, because I find those are more intriguing, right? It kind of just touches and pokes fun at a lot of people in the machine learning community would hate this talk that I'm giving, because they're like, oh, the Turing test is just a thought experiment. We're not even close to AGI. Um, but I like having fun, right? I'm super big into sci-fi, right? And saying, oh, we're so close to AGI. And so I like
Yeah,
to poke fun at these things and find the white lines where we can say, oh, we're kind of there. And so that's what
yeah,
we've
yeah.
done with Echo, and I think it's been super fun. And so if anyone wants to reach out, they totally can. Or if they just want to do research, right? GPT-3 is a great place to start. Just searching up how does GPT-3 work, or like LLMs, and just kind of going down that rabbit hole. And you won't be disappointed.
Cool. And are you a fan of the Turing test, the game? Did you play the
Um,
Turing test game?
I'm I'm a fan of the idea of it. Like I said, I think it not outdated, but I think it's a bit. It's not a true test of whether or not it's AGI, because, like I said, we've had zero detections with our bot across millions of followers, hundreds of thousands of interactions. And so, like I said, you could make the argument that our technology has passed the Turing test. And
Right.
so I think, knowing the limitations of our technology that we've built, I don't think it's an accurate measurement of true AGI, and that's just
Yeah.
the objective truth.
Yeah,
But
for
no,
sure.
I'm a fan of the idea of it, right? Because we can always say,
Yeah.
oh, our technology passes a Turing test, and everyone knows the Turing test, Alan Turing, of it being the
Of course.
foundation of AI.
Of course, yeah. Um, Definitely. Yeah, I think it's really interesting that you were able to actually figure out that there's a way to use bots to engage on the marketing front, to get people to interact with these bots like they're people. That's and then figure out how to leverage that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, so like right now it's private technology. We don't even have like a wait list or anything, and I don't think we're gonna SaaS it or attempt to at any point. Right now it's just
Okay.
private tech for our clients. Um, which some people would say is stupid for investing that much amount of money. But right, I'm a 19-year-old. Uh, and so like I had the Lamborghini slide, of like, oh, I could have bought a Lamborghini, but instead I decided to hire 3 engineers at a marketing firm and build this. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's super interesting because everyone knows that there was a whole bot pandemic, and even on Twitter it's still happening, right? Because Instagram and Facebook cracked
Yeah.
down on it more. There's a huge bot pandemic on Instagram of just spam comments after comments after comments. So Zuckerberg had to do something, and lower the amount of API calls you could commit. And so then that kind
Yeah.
of screwed us over on a marketing front. But there is a workaround with proxies, and stuff like that. So that's kind of how we solve that problem. But we are leveraging large language models. Without that, our technology would be it would be no difference than the technology that existed before, just copy and pasting heart emojis or beautiful picture, love this picture, and there would be no people would be like, this is a bot, right?
Right.
Cool. Well, I don't want to
So, no, you're fine. I do want to tell you. So the Turing test. I don't think you got my reference earlier because I'm probably more of a puzzle game geek. But the Turing test is actually a really cool first-person puzzle game that's on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation.
Oh no, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'm so out of touch.
No, I think I'm just a dork. But anyway, it's actually a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool video game. So now that you've talked about the Turing test, that you at least have to check out the game.
I have to now.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good one. It looks like we do have a couple more minutes. So does anybody have any questions for Joseph, or Joseph, any last ideas that you want to fit in here? Because I know we rushed you through a bit.
No, it's my fault. I being a computer scientist, I couldn't get to figure out my camera. Ironic. No last remarks. Like I said, I kind of just want to introduce people to this space. I'm sure the other CTOs, giving talks already know LLMs, or at least a vague concept of what they are. And I'm sure they have their opinions on them, right? Whether, it's a spectrum of, people being bullish on AGI, like me, just gunning for it. And a lot of people saying we're not even close. Like 2045 is even, we're not going to be there. I'm more optimistic than those people, and so I like to give these talks and piss off the machine learning community, and say, hey, look, we built this. It's not true AGI, but it's good enough.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of I think this is a start, right? Like marketing and ad tech technologies. I think this is a start to AGI, because I don't think it's necessarily one agent that trumps it all. Like some kind of, what was the oh my gosh, the Terminator movie, the Skynet, right? I don't think it's something like Skynet, to where it just takes over all systems and completely changes the way humanity works. I think it's a culmination of hundreds, if not thousands, of technologies. I think we do have a
question, and I have one more. I have a hardball for you after hardball question for you after that.
Oh, no.
So yeah, the question in the chat: what drives you to be technologically involved with marketing? What more do you think your agency can bring to the advancement of present and future technology?
So what drove me to being technology involved in marketing was, like I said, just growing up and learning how to code at like 10 or 11. And I don't know why. I just always wanted to run a tech company. And so I had a huge midlife crisis at 18 years old, saying, okay, I've built this marketing agency.
I hope not midlife.
That was a joke. We've worked with some big brands. But I'm just not, I'm not having fun, right? It's super bad to say that, but I like to have fun. I like to build things. And so I was like, well, is there ways we can introduce machine learning or the stuff that I learned previously to kind of iterate and build on top of what we have creatively, right? Because it's a creative agency. And so, I went down this rabbit hole of LLMs, and it was perfect timing, right? Almost fate, to where GPT-3 just came out. And it was the same time I was researching ways we could iterate something like that, and if it was even possible. And so the next question is, what do you think your agency can bring to the advancement of present and future technology? That's a tough one. I think we're continuing to iterate. So like we have a few other projects on the back burner that use something called automatic IPA. So it's just image popularity assessment. So it kind of assesses whether or not, simply put, so I can finish, is it assesses whether or not, we want to introduce the next speaker.
Yeah. you can finish your answer.
Okay, yeah. It just
it up.
So simply put, it just assesses whether or not an image is going to be popular, like running ads on Facebook, posting images. And so we have a lot of technologies using that. And then, of course, just natural language processing, and that's kind of machine learning side, which is where also LLMs fall under. And so I really don't know, what where we'll stand, but I do think we're one of the agencies actually kind of pushing the envelope of what's possible with machine learning, because a lot of other agencies that do say they have a lab or an R&D division, they're just doing basic things like NLP, and it's just very, very rudimentary stuff from a machine learning perspective. But the stuff that we're doing, I think, is really pushing the envelope. And I mean, like to put it simply, is we've had talks with like $1 million, like Fortune 500 clients, having to explain to them why we got temporary banned on Instagram. And so just being willing to take these risks, some would call them immature or brave. You can choose which one. Willing to take these risks is kind of how you solve these hard problems, and so that's what I would say is
For
what we
sure.
bring to the table.
Very cool. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Joseph, for joining today and sharing all this with us. It's been really fun.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So our next speaker is Kelly Peng. She's going to be discussing leading and inventing as the CEO and CTO for building the world's best performing augmented reality glasses and platform from the chip level. And so some of the things she'll get into. So as a CTO at an early stage growing startup, from the founding of Cura to now, what does that look like? Running and growing a multidisciplinary engineering and product team, from optics, chip, display, and software to design, inventions and unconventional decision making, company organization for scale, product market fit, and working with customers, and then Cura's product and technology and business model. So a little bit about Kelly. As I mentioned, she's the CEO and CTO of Cura Technologies, which is a company that's making the best performing augmented reality glasses and platforms for global telepresence. Cura is the first product of Cura Gallium, and it's solving the biggest industry mass adaptation bottleneck through performance of 150% field of view, 95% see-through, high brightness, 8K resolution. It comes in a compact form factor. And the performance is achieved through a series of inventions, innovations, and designs for the manufacturing process that includes fully customized displays, including micro LED, multiple customized ASICs, customized optics, system integrations, ergonomic design, and she's also an inventor with more than 10 patents. So Cura has 40 people on the team now. They're headquartered in the Bay Area, and they are the winner of both CES's 2022 Innovation Award. Congratulations, that's amazing. And also the Best of the CES Award. So welcome, Kelly. We are psyched to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me today. And so today I'll give a general introduction of basically how's my role as a CTO positions and the companies, as well as overall of how we're solving some of the problems and the growing of the company. So just some general background. So Cura is an AR glass company. We're headquartered in the Bay Area. So we're making the world's best performing AR glasses. With magnitude higher performance than any of the existing devices, like 9 times of the field of view, 4 times of the transparency, with 8K resolution, which general other devices is 2K, and high brightness for both indoor and outdoor, in the form of a platform. So our team have 40 people right now, more than half of our team coming from MIT. So we have our team is a combination of both like young inventors, visionary entrepreneurs, as well as very experienced serious entrepreneurs and experienced technical people who have been in the industry literally for their whole life. So a little bit more general background about myself. So besides being the founder of Cura AR, so I studied electrical engineering, computer science, and UC Berkeley, UC doing nanofabrication, and Stanford before. And before I started Cura, I was working on brain machine interface as one of the founding team member of UC Berkeley. like brain machine interface groups. So there, I developing the like and dislike classifier based on real-time time series of brainwaves, and able to achieve the world's highest record of emotional predictions on like and dislike. We also build the sensors. And I'm also a self-taught nuclear engineers, which have working nuclear fusion reactors before, which I built in the garage. And also, I'm also a certificate Linux kernel developers. So my career shift from in the early stage, I was more on the software side, and I'm very interested in and working a lot of projects on Linux kernels, operating systems, embedded systems. And later on, shift a little bit more to the signal processing, machine learning, natural language processing side, and starting working on brain machine interface. From there, I starting access to more hardware, like working on project ranging all the way from Raman spectrometers, silicon devices, frequency module LiDAR. I'm working on UC Berkeley's for self-driving car with actually a custom ASICs. So basically, like I've been working from both hardwares, softwares, optics that in the past. So and oops, sorry. Yeah, and it's not easy. So basically all the way, so just look a little bit back from my careers or what I choose to do myself, all the way from like in schools to like the research project to the work I did to right now start Quora and what we're working on Quora. And it's not a very easy choice because it's not very conventional. Like especially me as a female and English is not my first language. That for me to study like all different engineering majors in school, in a public school, it's a little bit hard. So I had to, when I was in school, I had to actually build a bot to automatically click and select in the class in order to get into the class that I want to get into with like which is like grad which is more popular at grad levels. So I was also more an introvert person, like working on different engineering projects, doing research, and like writing code and don't talk with much people. So when I initially started my company, like I basically like I don't really talk much with people, so I have to actually put myself out to get me socialize with people, starting all different clubs, starting multiple hacker house and multiple hacker community, including one of the largest hardware hacker community in the Bay Area, which I start. So those are not what I would do like originally if I don't plan to be an entrepreneur, and those really helps. So I have to like there's a lot of advice I get, there's a lot of good ones, but there's also a lot of those which is not really good for my careers, and I have to very selectively listen to those, including take easy choice, like hardware startup is too hard, don't do it, things like that. So basically like I have to make a lot of decisions, which is sort of against the common sense for both myself, my company, and my product to get Quora this far. So a little bit background about like how I started Quora and how I grow, where I grew it to. So I started Quora back in 2015, and set a goal as building the world's best performance AR glasses. And because I truly believe AR is technology that is going to have the biggest impact in everyone's life in both this decade and next decade. And I started using AR glass initially when I was working on brain machine interface project. And I'm building a brainwave recognized machines with head-mount display. And at that moment, I realized when I try to collect more brainwave data for my machine learning, for training my machine learning recognition algorithms, then I realized no one is using this for anything besides medical and research. I realized why. It's because to get more data set, which is more than people doing research or doing medical or using for medical, you need to make this accessible to everyone's life. That means it needs to get really portable. I need to provide people enough benefit for them to use in daily life, which means it have to come with a head-mount display. So no one will wear like 16 sensor, 5 sensor on your head to try to train it for the whole day without it being real-time feedback, being a helpful assistant for the person's daily life. So then at that moment, I started trying existing AR glass, talking with all different AR glass founders during that time. Then I realized just as a developer and user, I don't want to use any one of those devices. So the field of view is very small, it's blue light leaking everywhere. It's very thick, all of the issues. I don't even want to wear this on my head for 5 minutes. How do I expect people to wear this on their head for 5 hours in a day? So then I realized the biggest problem for AR is optics. We need to solve that problem first. So I think, so just a general, as a CTO, founding CTO and CEO of Quora, it's really important for us to set the goal. What's our long-term mission, where we want to go to in 5 years, in 10 years, where is company eventually going to lead the society change in 20 years. It's really easy to ignore those from beginnings, but those end up to be the very important guidelines for us from starting company to now. It's also really important for us to test all the devices to know what's the current status of technologies, all the way from commercials, militaries to enterprise, and see what's the problems. I really talk with the users and listen to users' feedback and see why people don't make those changes, like what blocks them, and why, like what does people actually need. And starting and also, as I mentioned, it's like became more social to know more people. So that a lot of them actually became like my founding team members. Some of them became my co-founders, my investors, and a lot of them actually starting using Quora in early stage, became early testers. So today, so I started Quora in 2015, and today we are able to grow Quora from initially just me, one person, to 40 people teams that headquarters in the Bay Area, and we have some top industry leading investors all the way from HTC Vive, who is a top players in VR. You see Berkeley Skytech, House Fund, Environs, the government. Numerous investors, all the way from world's top 15 billionaires, as well as to some top telecommunications Mink Network Fund, and one of the head of one of the world's largest AR companies, actually as well. So we have done POCs with one of the world's largest automotive companies, and we have working prototypes. We have a 10,000 square foot office with labs in the Bay Areas, and more important, we have paid orders from over 350 companies, which are 100% inbound interest to us, with a total demand of over 500,000 units in writing. So as I mentioned, like Quora is also the winner of both CES Innovation Award and Best CES Award. That helps us a lot to bring more attractions, to connecting us to more developers, users, and other international partners. So starting Quora, and it's really important that we, as a hardware startup, that we focus our initial resource on the critical milestones. So that means, like, if you only have $500,000, if you only have like 5 million, how do you use those money? You can easily blow those monies on a lot of things. And it's very important for us as people can, like, building a hardware product costs like successful launch a hardware product could literally cost like 50 million or even more. And there's a lot of other AR companies raise a lot of more money than us did. So it's really important that we focus those on the core inventions, the core product features, core critical milestones, especially in an emerging tech market. And it's really important for us to do a brute force in supply chains, brute force in competitors, to make sure we understand everything that everyone is developing, and make sure we understand the pro and cons of all different components, and make sure we're talking with all the vendors, we have alternatives of the components, so we don't go single source on any supply chains. And also important is like, don't be afraid to fix mistakes. I mean, including like mistake myself made and mistake like that my teammates. So like sometimes you feel like, oh, I spent 3 months on this project, and this does now seems to be right clients for us. Like, don't be afraid to drop those off and focus on what you should actually be focused on. And also be very open-minded is quite important. So because I actually learned quite a lot after like starting working on AR, starting working on Quora, about the industry, about how different people using our devices, which in medical, in film production, all of those, more than what I originally know. And like a lot of people say work smart, not work hard. It does not working for us. Like we need to work smart and also working very hard. So second point I want to talk about is growing multidisciplinary team, which is a very critical for Quora. In order to solve today's industry biggest bottlenecks, that including like small field of view, low transparency, low brightness, that's not working outdoors, very heavy, and like the headset's really uncomfortable to wear. So we really have to invent the whole system from the ground up. Basically from the chip levels to the optics, to the software to generating those optics. So we have three parts of our core technology, including structured geometry waveguide, customized micro LED display, customized display driver ICs, ASICs, multiple customized silicons in the system to enable this system. If we're just doing one thing or the other, but not all of those, we won't able to enable our performance. It's only when you have enough variables and you design those towards the manufacturer standard, and those working together, and you can achieve magnitude result better than if you're just making like improvement on one single components, which is what we did differently from basically everyone else in the AR industry. So besides the hardware parts, we also have overall platform we're launching. So our device is AR/VR switchable. It have eye tracking functionalities with 9-degree freedom hand trackings, surface detections, working both standalone and working with PC. As well as it coming with a software system with the device, including like the SDK, as well as a collective visualization app and the user analytics functions that tell the designer of the app how users react to their content. So those SDK and APIs enable companies like Tesla, General Motors, and others to developing the app directly, their content directly, without worry about surface detections, environmental trackings, where the person is looking at. Those tell the application if the driver falls asleep while driving. Those critical features. So, like here, just to don't try to race through this, a lot of information, but this is building function blocks of Quora's headset. Within here is our core display optical system. So this including customized silicons, customized display, customized optics, software to generating the optics, our SDK, integration with other devices. So those are the reasons that why we need a very multidisciplinary team, ranging from like optical design, chip design, display, mechanical engineering, software engineering, electrical engineer, system engineers, design for manufacturing, like process development, product design, and even more. And so a lot of people say it's very hard to build all of those in-house. And we actually working with a lot of partners to taking available resources. So we're, for example, we're able to working with existing camera vendors. We don't build anything. We don't build our own camera. We build a board, but we're using existing image sensor camera reference design. So, but for the chip and optics display system, it's all our core IP. So to me, it's important that in the past, I have experience as myself as a hands-on software engineer, electrical engineer, optical engineers, and R&D engineers, and working on difficult projects and before Quora, because those gave me the extensions of ability to see how difficult project in the in those areas, although it's not exactly in the AR field, to get from beginning to the finish, and able to working with some top talent in the past in those areas, helping setting the bar of the working standard of in both operations as well as technicals, and able to hire core tech lead managers in those areas who have more experience than I do in each of those areas, especially chip design, semiconductor process is really important, because those industries to design a very mature chip without any mistakes on the first round really takes experience. So we post job on LinkedIn and we use recruiters. So not all recruiters working for us, but we are able to find those that will work pretty well for us. And able to identify different talent groups, what are the communities that have good talent. And we have access to, some of those are from myself, some of those are from Quora's advisors, other employees, and our partners. And so design a good onboarding and interview process is really important for us. Initially, we have hustled it quite a lot. When we interview talents, we sometimes have 50 talents. We have to go through the resume, and we're struggle to interview those out. So we have to design an interview question and task pool for software engineers, optical engineers, all of those. So on each area, so we make sure those tasks test out the critical talent, sense of responsibilities, speed of learning, and basic skills on on different programming language, different using of different tools. So those are really important. So we can just pull up this task from this task pool for its talent, so we can move along with our interview process much faster, and have a streamlined standards within a couple of our lead engineers. How do we conduct the interview? So, and also understand what each person's looking for when they join Quora, and what's their interest, what they're both interested in their technical skill working, as well as what they are looking for in the long term in the missions, and like how their living habit is like this person like to come in office, collaborate with everyone, or this person really function well for their job functionalities working remote. And hire slow and fire fast is really important. If we see any bad signs, or like this person does not working for us, the better is to let the person go. And the longer you drag along, the longer the problem it could cause. So here is our current leadership team. Like as I mentioned, so we were able to grow this from originally just me, one person, to like 40 people team. 3 of our lead engineers have over 400 patents. So we realize when you have the good founding team, when you have the critical important problems to solve, you're able to attract a really good talent pool. Just like, for example, like one person of our team could bring 5 more talent, which some of those talents are some smartest engineer in the world. So because Quora have a very good foundation start as a very strong engineering and product team, so we're able to attract some of the world's top talent to come and working with us. So a lot, like in order to do working in emerging tech field, a lot of time lot of technical inventions as well as unconventional decision making have to be made on the business side. So AR is a very large market. It have all different use cases ranging from automotive design, 3D design, visualizations, remote collaborations, entertainment, and more. The total market size is very big. The consumer market size is even bigger. So existing AR have a lot of problems. So AR is not really a new field. It has been there for decades. People started using AR in militaries for training, pilot training, all of those. But existing AR, all the way from like HoloLens, Magic Leap, like the performance is very similar to each other. And you can basically summarize the existing technology with four different threads. They're all similar to each other. They all suffering from the problem like you cannot make eye contact. The transparency is less than 25%. It's basically worse than wearing dark sunglasses. Like you can't really using AR while using your computer at the same time because you can't really see through. It's not safe to using it in on the workplace, and you cannot really using in like art galleries because you can't see the art anymore. So all of those problems cost so basically, like people today using it already in sense of automotive design, which we did a POC with General Motor before. Existing AR they're using, you can only see a small part of the car. You need to move your head around in order to scan to see the whole car. This is like for almost every single existing AR glasses. Not just this, but the transparency, the lack of brightness, the low resolutions, and the bulkiness. So, but what they really want to see is able to see a whole car in one shot, and this is what Quora is providing, which is very different from a lot of people like in the AR industry talk about. So, and the performance on our first product like surpass basically all the existing competitors. The reason is because we don't just look at competitors and copy paste. We actually listen to the user, what do they want, and look at technologies and a manufacturing method for production, see what we can do today. So here you can see the performance comparison between Quora's and our existing headsets, like Microsoft HoloLens and Magic Leap. The field of view of us goes all the way to the edge, working outdoors, and much more transparent. So here is a demo, and you can also see it on our website. It's probably a little bit lagging because I played through the Wi-Fi and streaming. So, but you can check this video on the website. It's all directly shooted on Quora's existing prototypes with all customized optics and hardware. So we also add gesture input, so you can interacting with different things, like computer vision, so you can do fraud detections. So I'm just going to run a bit faster. Okay. So basically, so as I mentioned, like we have to do a lot of new inventions from the ground up to enable this. So some more specific, we build our to build our structured geometry waveguide of the IPs. We have to build our own optical optimization tool, which have never done before, using AI. It's a nonlinear optimization. It's the existing optical optimization tool like Code Fiber is in Max is 1,000 times slower to run our system. That means if we starting using that to optimize our IPs, we would have a design in 3 years and it won't work. So we built this from the ground up. And this is 1,000 times faster than any of the tools, and all our optics can be designed on. And this is a very critical step towards our product. So we are also designing architecture that we're able to do 100 times X pixel expansions. So as I mentioned, we're doing 8K resolution, but no existing micro LED can provide 8K resolutions. So we have to come out with some smart ways in the backplanes, in the ASICs, as well as the overall optical system, to able to show 8K times 6K image using less than 500,000 pixels. And micro LED also suffering from higher depth pixel rate. So we have designed our system to fix that pixels on the fly and replace them with working pixels, as well as using zero color combiners, that our system is much more complex than anyone else. So we're able to tolerate over 10,000 times higher depth pixel rate to enable to use the AR to enable to use the micro LED display that is manufacturable today, which this push us 5 to 10 years ahead of competitions to go to production. So compare with other companies, and you can see the performance is significantly better in all those sectors. And here is like we have been fully proved from basically all our clients that this is exactly what they want, because there is over 300 companies reaching out to us, like over 350 companies reaching out to us and putting orders and contract and even more future orders. So, and we have over 10 patents files on the systems. And so, as you can see, there is a huge amount of decisions we have to make that is different from anyone else. So to us, AR is an emerging technology similar to the early times of like iPhone, similar to the early times of smartphones. And there is a lot of technologies like the Gorilla Glass for iPhone, like the new sensors, a better chips. All of those need to be invented in iterations of product to enable this. So instead of copy and paste all the other existing AR glass, similar as a lot of other company does, we look at the optical system, we look at the display system, look at the components and the semiconductor manufacturing method, and design all of those from the ground up. And a lot of people say is like you can do both silicons and doing both a platform, but that end up to the best way for us. So next, we're talking about the organization, company organization for scale. So so in order to move fast as a startups, so we really need to make critical hires, like in the key hires in the critical areas. So it's a lot of those talent is very rare to find, especially like display engineers, chip designers, optical engineers. So we need to able to identify this and move on those fast. And also more important, besides the technical hire, to set up good operation systems for the companies, including legal, HR, marketing, PR is really important for startups. So the product team can able to focus on the product. Don't have to worry about like anything else. So, and working with a good lawyer is really important. And as startups, like you make sure you like review all the contract you're signing, especially for IP critical startups. So we also partner with core vendors, manufacturers, resource partners from early stage as in-kind partners. So we're able to book timelines and manufacture schedules ahead. That is really critical, like especially right now, there's a semiconductor shortage right now. So, and able to focus on the critical parts using limited resource to create more values using the money we raised to generating more of what money cannot buy is always being critical for us. And it's also important to avoid these distractions because as an early stage startup, you could get a lot of requests to do this, to do that. And like sometimes if you respond to all of those, you won't able to get your to-do list for this week now. And it's really important to able to identify those and stay in focus. So like as I mentioned before, it's really also important to manage the like cost, the budget, and also like fundraising is really critical for startups, especially for hardware startups, and it takes time. It's very time consuming, and it usually take one or multiple person full time to do it. And it's always good to budget with buffer, so you won't run out of money, or like you always have enough times and resource and always plans ahead. So here is some of our leadership teams from like Bailey, Gregory, Mark, Chuck Alger, and Dr. Kobos. And like, so Gregory is an early Kuras investor turned into our full-time COO. And both Mark at Bailey and Dr. Kobo went to MIT. Mark is a founding CTO of Leapfrog, which they IPO'd for over billings, and his second company, which invented DSL, got acquired by Texas Instrument. Chuck have 2080 years experience at Intel. He was previously the head of supply chain from Microsoft HoloLens. And here is more of our team with Boston and other weeks. And it's really important to set up not just your team structures, but as well as your manufacturer structures from beginning. So Kura had been successfully taped out our initial chips, customized micro LEDs and ASICs. We received a bunch of wafers all the way from January to recently. And we're happy to announce our first tape out is a full success, this is really thanks to our IC team, because sometimes a company buffers 2 times for a tape out. But because our IC team is really experienced with all the process and design, so we're able to hit it correctly with a very tight timeline. Here is some ASICs you can see. Here is some of our customized wafers. And here is our customized micro LED wafers, and with some test patterns on that. And here is in our test facility. So we're basically partners. A lot of our suppliers, including one of the world's leading optical manufacturers, became our investor from early stage. And those support are really critical to our success. So then we talk about product market fit. And so I'm going to go through this comparable quick. And so we launched our website, and we did demos, presentations, at various trade shows. So we are able to get a huge amount of inbound interest from a lot of companies, which including the paid orders from over 350 companies. Some of the largest smartphones, computer companies, automotive companies, film production companies, and multiple government programs are all our flagship account customers, including HTC Vive became one of our customers, as well as one of the world's largest automotive companies is investing in our current round. So basically we're able to fully validate with the customers in the early stage that those features are exactly what they want, including like the biggest market we're going for is global telepresent. A lot of people talking about this, including Microsoft, Zoom, and Cisco's, but existing AR really failed to providing it. And so Kura is providing a global telepresence platform that we're able to enable just as in-person meetings is like Zoom plus PowerPoint, but in 3D through our platform. And we're able to validating this as a correct use of the major market, and working with top clients, including Fortune 500, to launch our initial applications and SDK. So it's really important to working directly with the customers because we learn a huge amount through our POCs contract and directly working with our customers in their factory space and see how they use it in different things, all the way from automotive designs to others, including one of the use case that one of the automotive partners is using for driving reaction time testing. So they need to see the accident coming at them from the peripheral vision to simulate that. They need to run it for hundreds to thousands times before they're able to push a changing of the car, like up to directly to the product, because they need to see if that influences the people's reaction time to accident. But without the big field of view, you really just can't do that use cases. And so it's really important for us to also know the customer's workflows to design a software system to make sure they're onboarding smoothly.
Kelly,
so
I'm sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I'll let you finish this, but I'm gonna need to cut you short so we can move on to our
this is actually just last slides. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know. I don't know if you have any final thoughts or if you want to share with everyone where they can, reach out to you or connect with you.
Oh, yeah. So if you have any questions or interest in what we're working on, feel free to reach out to us and founders at Tech.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Kelly. That was some really cool technology and products that y'all are working on. So I'm definitely looking forward to kind of learning a little bit more, and I'll connect with you offline. So thank you for joining us today. Any final thoughts?
I think so. Let me see. So if you are working on any AR use cases, we are looking forward to hear from you, as well as Quora is hiring for all different roles. So if you are interested or know anyone is interested, feel free to reach out to us.
Great. Well, thank you. I hope you have a great day, and thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah.
Absolutely. Have a great one. So I'll be introducing our next speaker, Ali Saleh. He is the CTO at Loop, a Forbes 30 under 30 in 2022, and a Google Cloud certified fellow. He will be talking today about how Loop built a $100 million company using GCP. Ali, how's it going today?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, I'm really excited about this one.
So I'm going to step back, let you introduce yourself, and let you kind of jump into your presentation.
Amazing. All right, I'll share my screen right away. I believe I'm sharing my screen. Let me see. Yep, it's showing up there. All right, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm really excited about presenting about how Loop built a $100 million plus company using Google Cloud. And thank you to Glorium for putting together this event. It's really amazing to see such an event being put out for free. The presentation is going to focus how Loop leveraged Google Cloud Platform in order to build not only for our current needs as a startup, but also to account for scale and growth in the future, so that you see some of the challenges we faced, and then you can apply them hopefully to your problems as well. In order to make this presentation as valuable as possible, I thought it would be amazing to start with setting up some of the objectives, and some of the key results that we want to go through today. So first, we want to understand what goes into scaling your infrastructure and team to account for business growth. And the way we're going to target that is by looking at first the Loop's mission and current scale. That's really just to set a target for us to build towards. Second, we're going to look at some of the key needs and pain points that all of growing startups are going to face. Now, you might be currently building startups, or you might be in already established businesses. Either or, I think everybody can get value out of looking at some of those challenges and seeing how we solved for them. And then maybe in the Q&A, you can give us some of the solutions you've found for those issues. And finally, and very importantly, we're going to identify GCP offerings that help solve those pain points. So Google Cloud Platform has a suite of products that can touch pretty much any pain point. Well, not any pain points, but solve for a lot of issues that companies that want to build on the cloud have. And we're going to identify a small subset of those today based on a specific use case that I'm going to be putting forth. So first, let's start talking about Loop as a company. This is, remember, this is just to give us a way to set a target that we're building towards. So Loop is a mission-driven and AI-powered car insurance company, creating fair insurance for all. Sorry, let me just get rid of that one. Yeah, so what that really means is Loop's main focus is on making insurance accessible and fair. There are a lot of pricing factors that go into insurance, and we believe that not all of them have their place in pricing you as a risk. So we're getting rid of some of those, such as financial stability indicators in education, and we're replacing them with measures of risk of the road and measure of risk of how you drive. And I'll go into that a little bit more in the next slides. So how do we do that? How do we go and replace, or how do we get rid of financial stability indicators when it comes to car insurance? Well, by looking at the road segments outside of your neighborhood, your city, where you live, where you're most likely to drive, and by quantifying the risk on those roads. The way we do that is by looking at a few different variables. We look at the history of crashes. So we can look over the last 10 years of crashes that happened within a certain state and actually pinpoint those on the road. We look at the weather conditions that happened during those crashes. So at the time those crashes happened. We look at the roadway infrastructure. There is B roads, A roads, there is 2-lane roads, there is 3-lane roads, there is highways, there is back roads. So many differences in the road can affect whether or not that road is more likely to have a crash, such as right turns, right only, left turns, off ramps, on ramps. Those are all very important in determining the riskiness of a road. And we look at traffic volume, right? Traffic volume is a huge determinant because a very crowded road or a very empty road can have very different driving behaviors on it from one to the other. So how do we work as an insurance company is by looking at the roads right around you, we're able to see which roads are you most likely to drive on based on the traffic patterns of people that live in that area. And then we offer you an insurance price that is based on that. Once you're with us, we measure how you drive and where you drive. So we look at behaviors, so harsh acceleration, speeding, excessive speeding, and things like that. And we kind of like build a profile of, is this a person that is usually speeding, or is this a person that is usually safe? Is this a commuter, a 9-to-5er, or something like that? Then we try to engage with you. So we look at some of the things you're doing on the roads and how they can negatively or positively impact your rate. And then we try to engage with you to coach you on how to drive. And finally, we refine your rate at renewal. So when it comes to the time of 4 months after your policy, we have 6 months policies, insurance policies. 4 months after the initiation of your policy, we look at your renewal rate. And then we can offer you, if you follow our kind of like tips and tricks on how to drive, you're most likely going to get a reduction in your insurance price come the next period. So just some numbers. These kind of slides are very hard to keep up with because they move so fast when you're in a startup. So we were indeed funded in 2022. We raised a seed round of 3.2 million, followed by a Series A of 21 million. We've partnered with the third largest reinsurance company in the world, and they offered us $30 million of reinsurance capacity. Employee count actually 50, that actually is now closer to like 65. And for our customer wait list, the reason we still have a customer wait list is because we are operating only in the state of Texas, and we have other states where people are joining our wait list waiting for us to go to those states. What you have to know is insurance is regulated at the state level. So you don't just build an insurance program and go sell it everywhere. You build it and you get it approved in one state and you sell it there, and then you get the approvals for the subsequent states as well. And we're currently operating in the state of Texas, as I mentioned. We're selling insurance in the state of Texas. So in order to build to what are these tools that you can use to face some of these issues, we just kind of like, I just wanted to put forth a fictional startup. We're going to look at a fictional startup that I called Soup. Looks like, sounds like Loop, and I can't really speak about Loop specifically. So Soup is a B2C startup that needs to reach its customers on multiple platforms. Think of it as mobile, web, and any other platform really. And integrate with many third-party and SaaS applications. Soup has limited resources, so some of the key important things for Soup are going to be speed to market, capital efficiency, which are going to be a huge role. Which are going to play a huge role in actually the tools we select and how we use them. So we're going to go in 3 layers here. We're going to talk about some of the developer tools that every startup needs, some of the compute infrastructure, and I snuck in quite a bit of managed services in that one just because I think they're very, very valuable for startups. And we're going to look at storage. Every company that serves customers needs to store some sort of data at some point or another, and we have a few different ways to store data in GCP that I'm going to be talking about. At the bottom, I said here, GCP also offers a suite of tools for networking, data science. Loop uses a lot of those. For the sake of the presentation, I'm not going to go too into detail into some of those. So first, let's start with developer needs. So Soup needs a few tools for their developers and cloud engineers. At the bare minimum, they need a code repository. They need a deployment tool to automate the CI/CD pipeline. That one is really important. If you have your developers working in local environments only without the ability to push to the cloud, you are going to have so much of a difference between your cloud environment and your local environment. And when you're going to try to make your push, after a month of development or something, you're going to face a lot of issues. So having a pipeline that allows you to deploy code as often and as early as possible is really, really powerful. And then a centralized platform to sync all logs, metrics, and traces. And I'll talk about why that's very important. So first, for the code repo. GCP offers its own remote repo called Cloud Source Repositories. You're going to see throughout the presentation, they're very straightforward with their naming of their products. That allows you to create a code repository within your cloud environment, access commit details, so you're able to maintain your Git workflows, access commit details to view line changes and file differences. You can set up local authentication. This is really how you allow your team to be able to contribute to the code, is by setting up local authentication for them. You're able to automate deployments to serverless compute resources, such as App Engine, Cloud Functions, and Cloud Run. We're going to discuss some of those later as well. And very importantly, if you want to use, or if you want to take advantage of the automated deployments to App Engine and Cloud Functions, but you don't want to migrate off of GitHub or Bitbucket if you're already working on them, Google Cloud Source Repositories allows you to mirror those buckets, mirror those repositories. So instead of migrating, you can just set up a mirror, and whenever you can keep working on Bitbucket or GitHub, your changes will be reflected also in Cloud Source Repositories. These are just some screenshots that I grabbed online that show you sorry, get in here that maybe I'm frozen. So I'm just going to continue, I guess. So this is just to show you that, like, some of your familiar platforms like Bitbucket or GitHub are going to show you things very similar to this. So Google Cloud Repos does not really, source repositories does not really, kind of like move quite away from the natural workflow that engineers and developers are really used to. Next, we're talking about CI/CD. So Cloud Build is a serverless CI/CD platform that allows you to deploy, to build deployment pipelines and connect them to your source code repositories. So there's quite a bit of amazing features that come with CI/CD. First, native Docker support. So you don't have to learn a new language. You don't have to do anything new. If you're containerizing your applications already using Docker, if you just have a Docker file or a Docker compose within your root repo, in the root of your repos, you can directly plug that into Google Cloud Build, and it will be able to containerize your application, run whatever tests you need to run, and push it forward. The ability to integrate with Google Container Registry or Artifact Registry. So we use Google Container Registry. I believe Artifact Registry is the new version. So they're continuing support for container, but they're kind of like trying to make everybody move to Artifact Registry. And that's basically where you keep all of your containers and your images. It has a very generous free tier. So for small startups, that's really important. So you don't have to worry about paying for your deployments. So that's 120 minutes of build time per. Totally forgot per what. I think it's per month and up to 10 concurrent builds. It has integrated vulnerability scans. This is also very important for startups because you don't have really the capacity to keep up with every vulnerability that is on the images you will be using on your containers. So you can have an automatic vulnerability scan by Google as soon as the images land on the container registry. Insights for ease of debugging if a build fails, and I'll show you a screenshot of that here in a second. You're able to monitor your builds and actually see if they fail or if they succeed. And then you can integrate notifications, which is really important. We have it hooked up to Slack, for example. Whenever somebody makes a build, we just get notifications in a DevOps channel. That way we can keep appraised of everything that's happening. Oh, and of course you can connect this to Bitbucket, GitHub, or Cloud Source repositories. This is just a screenshot that shows you a history of builds. This is not from our builds. This is something I took online. We have the same exact platform and view. These are all the builds, and you can see some of these have failed, some of these have succeeded. And you have from here the ability to not only look at the source, look at the exact commit actually, so that you can see what happened in the code, but also look at the logs of the build so that you see step by step in your pipeline what went wrong if you did in fact have a failed build. Next, let's move to monitoring. Having visibility into your deployed applications is vital, especially when it comes to distributed resources such as microservice architectures. It's really important to have a place to put all of that together. Observability offers the ability to funnel all metrics and logs to a centralized location. One thing that is very important for startups specifically, most products in GCP that we'll be discussing today come with out-of-the-box reports for infrastructure and network metrics. That's a vital element. That means you don't have to have the expertise to build them. You can just use them and then start to learn how you can improve them. So some notes here. You can query specific resources, specific projects and resources for their logs and metrics. You don't just have like a huge dump. You can actually use a query language to go for a specific time frame, a specific resource, and a specific interaction. You can define uptime checks to make sure that your services, your critical workloads are always up and running. And you can define also SLOs, latency and availability. This is just a screenshot from one of the out-of-the-box like observability features that you get from Cloud Run. As you see, out of the box, without any integration, without any additional development, you get request counts, you get latencies, container instance count, because if you have auto scaling, you want to keep a close eye on that. Billable container instance time, CPU utilization, and container memory utilization. All of these come out of the box. I didn't have to do anything to get this kind of insight on my deployed applications. Finally, we have tracing. So while logs tell you what happened inside of your component, traces are used to show the interaction. So usually something that is end-to-end. Once a user triggers your API gateway, all the way to your microservices, a database read and back, tracing allows you to see that whole workflow and be able to determine what is taking the most time, where is your application lagging, what has the most latency, and things like that. Very importantly, also it comes with out-of-the-box functionality for anything running on Cloud Run, Cloud Functions, and App Engine Standard. So if you deploy your applications on one of these platforms, you will have tracing out of the box without having to really go and manually install your agents on your code. Of course, you can always enhance it, but it comes out of the box. And this is what tracing really looks like. You have all of these are individual requests. And then if you click on one of these requests, you get the breakdown of what happened from end to end. And you can also get to, it's not shown here, but you can get to the logs for that specific point in time, for that specific resource from this command line. When it comes to compute infrastructure, Soup needs compute infrastructure and some managed services to deploy their applications and make them available. So they need a backend services and customer-facing application, which is containerized. They need event-driven functions, an API gateway, of course, to connect all of their microservices, some load balancing to expose that to the world, and WAF and DDoS protection, because if you have a load balancer, you want to make sure that it's adequately protected. So assumption here is Soup's application is containerized. We all know the benefits of containerization. I'm not going to go too much into it. It's efficient, it's consistent. Avoid lock-in because it's portable. You can deploy it wherever you want, and it offers faster startup. So for GCP offers many compute resources such as VMs and App Engine. However, for Soup's purposes, for running containerized applications, there is Google Kubernetes Engine and Google Cloud Run. We went for Cloud Run because it's fully managed and we don't have to really do container orchestration or kind of like traffic management. So every Cloud Run service comes with a generous free tier, which is 2 million requests per month, automatic scaling down to 0. That's very important because if it's 0, if it's at 0, you're not being charged for it. It gives you a unique URL that you can then link to a gateway for every instance. Well, not for every instance, but for every service. And then it gives you automatic traffic management. That means if you deploy a new version of your service and you want to just give it 2%, let's say, of traffic, you can do that by keeping the old version already running until you're sure that your new version doesn't have any problems. And it comes integrated with security. So you can control who can access it, internal traffic only, internal and external traffic. You can require authentication by the use of service accounts. Moving on to event-driven. For small event-driven or scheduled tasks, Cloud Functions is really amazing. It allows you to deploy code without worrying about container management, handle scaling up and down to 0, up to Google scale, of course, dedicated URLs to call the functions, and then you can schedule these functions using Cloud Scheduler. Cloud Scheduler is another platform, is another product. Think of it as basically a cron job. It just allows you to call, like to trigger an event at a certain time interval. Alternatively, if Soup needs more computing power for their scheduled or event-driven jobs, they could use also Google Cloud Run jobs. Managed services. In addition to deploying their application on the cloud, Soup needs to make them accessible to their clients. For that, they will need a few things. So if you keep in mind, we have our Cloud Run services running now. We have our developers being able to code and push updates to those. Now we need to connect those all together. Well, they need an API gateway for that. So Google, of course, named it API Gateway. It is a fully managed and built for serverless workloads API gateway. It has built-in authentication, and it comes with out-of-the-box monitoring. Fully managed, meaning you don't care about scaling, resource provisioning, or anything. Built-in authentication within your YAML file to define the API gateway, like the inputs, the required inputs, the URLs that they're hidden at the back. You can define if any route needs to be authenticated. You can choose between token authentication, something like Auth2 or OpenID Connect, and you can just use static API keys if you want to, if you wish to. On top of that, this API gateway can be linked to a load balancer for HTTPS load balancing, which is available through Google Cloud Load Balancing, which is a fully managed service with integrated failover strategies and multi-region availability. Now, that's really important because if you have a problem in one of your regions, you want the load balancer to be able to quickly divert that traffic to an instance that is running and continue your workloads without you having any type of downtime. And finally, it is also integrated with Cloud Armor, which allows you to, just by enabling it, protect yourselves against DDoS attacks without you having to do anything, and set up some WAF rules. Some of the WAF rules that can be, just an idea for WAF rules that can be interesting. For example, in our lower environments, we want to kind of like fake that we are exposing our endpoints and our load balancer to the world, but we don't want anybody to be able to access them because we're still developing. For that, we use Cloud Armor to block all IPs besides like the ones that we know are coming from our developers. That's one use case for it. I'm sure there are many others. For storage infrastructure, Soup needs the ability to store transactional data in a relational database. That's for business data. A data lake as a landing place for all their third-party sources. We usually call those D1 data sets. And then a data warehouse to perform analytics at scale. Those are D2As, which are D1s that are clean, and D2Bs, which are a set of different variables from different data sets that are geared towards a specific use case. So for transactional data, Soup can use Google Cloud SQL. It's a fully managed database service where you can bring in your MySQL, Postgres, or SQL Server databases. You don't have to change technologies. They basically just give you the infrastructure to run your existing technologies. They also have a service, I forgot the name of it, but there is an appliance in GCP that allows you to migrate your current MySQL, Postgres, or SQL Server databases to Google Cloud SQL without having to manage migration-specific resources and workloads. It also allows you to have automated provisioning for resources, integrated analytics, so you can track, which queries are performing, which queries are not. And it integrates with all of the compute infrastructure that discussed before. So you don't have to build anything to manage who can access your database or no. You can just say this Cloud Run service with this service account can access my database, these others cannot, and that allows you to just protect your database from the get-go. When it comes to the data lake, there are multiple approaches. A lot of people like to put it in the same place as their data warehouse. So people using Snowflake, for example, can do that. People using Google BigQuery as well can do that. But I think of Google Cloud Storage is just kind of like a place to dump all of your data that is coming from any source you have. And it's a perfect use case for a data lake, right? Google Cloud Storage allows you to have different configurations to fit your needs. So data that you will need to access every day versus data that you will be accessing once a month, for example, or less than that, up until data that you don't need to access for a whole year, like archive data or just kind of like compliance archive data. You have some data says that you need to store for a certain amount of time for compliance reasons. Well, GCP will not charge you a premium for those. It will charge you a lower rate because they can be stored in a place where there are a little bit like more latency to reach them, because the expectation is that you will not be reading those data sets every so often. You can have regional redundancy and also zonal redundancy, I believe, with the Google Cloud Platform, a cloud storage that allows you to have fail-safe strategies. You can interact with your data directly for the command line, so your developers don't have to go to one place to see the data and then to their IDEs. If they have gcloud or GSUtil, they can directly write an LS and see all of the data and how it's stored. And it's highly configurable access permissions at the bucket or object level, which is then again going into that security piece. Sorry. For storage infrastructure, for the data warehouse, BigQuery is what we use. It's fully managed and serverless, so we only pay for when you use it. It's highly scalable, and very importantly, most startups don't have like a Tableau license or a Looker license, or they can use Google Data Studio, which is free, and it integrates with Google BigQuery so that you can use the BI engine from BigQuery to make your dashboards very performant. And now, finally, how to organize these resources. The organization starts from, first there is the org, which is the company. Then you have folders within that organization. And finally, you have projects that have associated single resources. Now, the reason it's displayed like this in a hierarchical manner, because identity and access management really happens top down. So if I'm an owner at the company level, I will have access to all of the resources below it, and I will have pretty much ownership access over them. Now, for example, somebody who has access to product 2 here will not have access to any of these things that are in product 1, will not have any of these things that are in team A, department Y, and all of those above. So it's really important to understand how to structure this, because it will kind of like give you a identity and access management top down. And finally, this is just something I put together for Soup, the fictional startup. I would probably have a centralized cloud. I would have the organization at the top. I would have a shared VPC project that basically controls my networking, a centralized monitoring project to sync everything into for visibility, a centralized cloud build project for all of my CI/CD pipelines, a data layer that I can control permissions very granularly in, and then I can have as many of the environments as I want for Cloud Run and the load balancer and the API gateway. Here I put development and QA. We can have dev, QA, UAT, pre-prod, prod. Although for prod, I would actually have a whole other folder on the side, just so that there is no kind of like access permission confusion when it comes to production. And that's pretty much it. Some of the final thoughts, some of the closing thoughts that I had for today was, these are very, very, what I shared today is like a subset of what GCP offers in terms of resources and products. I tried to build it based on that specific Soup fictional startup by identifying some of the needs that every startup will face at some point or another. There are a lot more when it comes to AI, machine learning, and other specific use cases. But I hope this was helpful for everyone. And finally, if you have any questions, this is my email, this is my LinkedIn. Luke is hiring. Please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn directly. Hey, Javy, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I was on mute. I apologize for that. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. That was awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That's a great presentation. I'm really I live in Texas, actually, so I'm in Dallas. I'm looking forward to checking Loop out. I was unfamiliar that y'all were only in Texas, so very cool. I guess, do we have any questions for Ali, and any final thoughts on your end, and maybe where people can connect with you?
For final thoughts, I will say GCP. I'm a big fan of GCP, of course, as you know. I'm a certified fellow with them. I really love their products. Loop was able to build on GCP in such a way that allowed us to not have too much time before being able to see results. That was one of the most important things. Is that like GCP allows you to get up and running very quickly, and for that, I believe it's a platform that will continue to grow and perhaps even overtake Azure and AWS in terms of market size. And finally, Loop is growing as a team as well. So if you're looking for cloud engineers, DevOps engineers, software engineers, backend and mobile, I mean, we are hiring. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, Ali Salhi at Loop on LinkedIn, and hopefully we can have a conversation.
Awesome. Yeah, guys. So if you're looking for one of those positions that you mentioned, please reach out to Ali. I mean, y'all are on some rocket ship pace right now. It seems like from a growth perspective.
Yeah, we're at a phase where we're actually intentionally trying to control growth so that we can kind of like focus on things that we want to focus on, because growth for the sake of growth is not really helpful for longevity. So we're actually at a place where we have the freedom or the luxury to control our growth, kind of like put the gas pedal, put the brake pedal a little bit, try things out so that we're very sure when we want to just do breakneck growth, hopefully over the next year.
So I know you mentioned you just finished, I don't know how long ago that was, that y'all finished raising your Series A. Are y'all in the process of starting to raise for a Series B now?
No, we're well capitalized at the moment. We're well capitalized to go and hit the targets that we've set for ourselves. So we're definitely not looking for a Series B right now, but we will be at some point in the future.
Yep, absolutely. So we have a few more minutes, and if anyone has any questions for Ali before we let him go, and then we'll be taking a 20-minute break, and then coming back for the second half of our day. So if you have any questions for Ali, please put them in the chat. We'll stick around a little bit. And if you have a couple minutes, Ali, see if there's any questions that are going to be coming in here for you to answer. But I'll definitely be connecting with you offline. Where are you located?
Austin, Texas.
Okay.
Yep.
Startup hub of Texas. So
yeah, it's starting to become the startup hub of the US apparently. So
yeah, y'all in Miami are neck and neck.
Yeah,
so
Austin and Miami.
Is Loop based out of Austin?
Yes, Loop is based out of Austin. I believe like Miami is very, very heavy on Web3 and
Yes.
kind of like that spectrum. And I feel like modernizing industries is more about is more what Austin is about. So there's a different type of talent, a different type of focus for both cities, but they're both really just winning talent and people from the West Coast and the East Coast.
Yeah, no, I have a lot of friends, and I'm involved with a lot of organizations that are based out of Austin as well. Founder Institute and Capital Factory. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but yeah, I've just seen the exponential growth, not only from like talent and like startups, but just like the city as well. It's such an awesome city. It's quite interesting. I was trying to get an Airbnb a couple of weeks ago in Austin. It was nearly impossible.
Yeah, no, it's everybody seems to be coming to the city. Well, I mean, including myself. I moved here 4 months ago. So
where'd you come from?
New York.
Okay.
Yeah, the traditional, either you're coming from New York or you're coming from California.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, it doesn't look like we have any questions. I really appreciate your time and the presentation. That was awesome. Thank you so much again. I hope you stay safe and healthy, and we'll look forward to connecting with you.
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Have a great one.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I'm seeing if my co-host April will be joining me. If not, we'll be taking a quick little break for 20 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:20 Eastern time. And April, any thoughts? Any thoughts before we take a break?
I mean, awesome first half. Super excited for the second half, and we'll be back at 11:20 a.m. Eastern for more amazing talks from great speakers. This has been an awesome morning.
Yeah, it sure has. I've learned a lot. I actually have 2 pages. of notes that I'm probably going to start putting it in a doc. I just enjoy writing. But cool. Well, we'll be taking a break and we'll be back shortly. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys. Welcome back to day 2, second half of the Startup CTO Summit. We are very, very excited to have you back. And we have a wonderful speaker joining us in just a moment here. Lasse Andresen is going to talk about how to gather the right people and have cool things happen. So he's going to talk about creating a space where you can allow these cool things to happen. Who are the best people and how do you find and keep them? The importance of your product, tech, and service, disrupting and building. Do you need a plan B? Idea or execution, and just a little bit about Lasse. So he is a serial entrepreneur and has more than 20 years of digital identity experience. He is currently the co-founder and CTO of Indie Riot in his most recent startup venture. As the CEO of Indie Kite, sorry, we've got it two different places here. He is he's the co-founder and CTO. And previously, he founded identity and access management company ForgeRock, which became a publicly traded company in September of 2021, recent. He's also led as a CEO through the startup phase, achieving 100% year-over-year growth and securing top-tier venture funding totaling $230 million. He continued in leadership as a CTO, growing the company to over 750 employees in offices around the world and establishing a customer base of over 1,300 global Fortune 5,000 companies. When he's not dreaming up the next big thing in identity, he is passionate as a keyboard player and cyclist who has toured countries around the world. Welcome, Lasse. We are super excited to have you.
Thank you very much. And good morning, good afternoon, good whatever, wherever you are. It's beautiful morning here in San Francisco.
There you go. There you go. Very good. And just a reminder, if you have a presentation, we just need you to hit full screen with your share. Oh, there you are. You've got it. You're a pro.
It's up and running and should be ready.
All right. Well, and you're a little bit quiet for me. I don't know if it's just me. I think it might just be. I don't see any other issues. Okay, cool. So I will let you take it away.
Thank you so much. And a really pleasure to be here this morning, at least this morning in San Francisco. And I'll try to give you some viewpoints and some lessons learning from my journey. I've been very fortunate to be part of a lot of interesting startups. But that was not how it started. Kind of like I actually wanted to be a musician. And kind of like that's my big passion, and you will kind of like see a little bit more of that passion still comes through when it comes to how I pick company names. So like ForgeRock, there's a reason there's a rock in there. The problem with this dream was that after a gig we normally had a bigger tap in the bar than we got from playing, so the business model didn't change or scale basically. So I had to do something, but there's a lot of similarities here. And I think one of the things being a CTO is that I'm just born curious. And this is all about kind of like either you want to start a band or start a company, finding, investing in new technologies, building new teams. Is that kind of like what wakes me up in the morning? And it's not that I'm scared of anything, is I'm just, what has I been missing kind of like when I was sleeping? So the whole fear of missing out is probably why I don't sleep so much. And of course, being a regular employee in a company, it works for some people. It didn't work for me. So I took this, not a U-turn, but at least kind of like a turn to the right. And it's kind of funny, again, I've been using a lot of band metaphors, and I'm still using that from our management style. It's when it comes to a company or a band, it's basically all about execution, and it's all about the people. And kind of like, if you have the best people in the band, you go up there on the stage and you perform, and you get the audience to really dig in. It's not only the audience have a great time, which could be your customer, but it's also your company, your employees, your teammates. So having the people, the best people, it's basically kind of like the core to everything. It's core to execution. And this company, I didn't have a very clear understanding what I was doing, but I knew if I had the best people, cool things will happen. I think also there's a lot of kind of like different types of CTOs out there, and I think everything actually could work. But I think there's two main categories. You have CTOs that are brilliant technically and the smartest people in the room in their technology area, and I think that can work for a lot of companies. But mainly, I think it works more if your product is a little bit more narrow. If you're building kind of like a big kind of like cloud platform, which involves a lot of technologies, I think it's really, really hard for the CTO to be on top of everything. So then again, it boils back to getting the best people and hire them and get the band together and perform. How you get this together and also how you keep people, it's all about culture and the way you think, the way you act, and the way you interact. And there's no need or reason for having a stupid poster on the wall. Honestly, the culture of your company comes out of your manager's eyes. So the way you are behaving is actually forming and setting the culture. And you can't just be funny one day a week or once a year. The way you think, the way you act and interact is actually forming the culture you are building. I think that's really important to keep in mind, and people will watch you. For me, culture even starts with a name. I mentioned that Fort Rock was kind of like the rock part there was basically out of again my passion for music. And even if my new startup, I spent a lot of time putting this name together. And indie, it's all about independent, the independent rock scene. People like Nirvana, of course, famous, and my favorite band is Foo Fighters. So that's that passion for actually go out and do something disruptive and don't care about the major labels. And then you have Kite, going fast, going high. It's extreme, which of course what startup is all about, and also what a CTO is all about. It's go big or go home in my mind. For culture perspective, where my passion is to try to bring everybody into the culture and having an exclusive culture, and don't do the old-fashioned kind of like enterprise sales company stuff that you have sales kickoff only for the sales guy, you have president club only for a handful of the sales guys. If you are building an exclusive culture, everybody should join. And the way we are doing that, both with Fortwalk and also now, is take everybody in the company on a tour. And it's a week. We go somewhere nice and actually starting to create that insane combination of trust and relationship and also feeling of belonging together. And of course, we have a lot of fun while doing it, and we haven't been shy when it actually comes on to making sure that we spend a lot of time in building the employee and the company branding and image. And so just a few other examples. Of course, again, back to the music stuff. For us, it was all about going on the tour. And we went to great locations. And from a recruitment perspective, when your people are really, really proud, bragging about where they're doing, what they're doing, where they are, sending out all these fantastic pictures on social media, we get a lot of incoming people say, I also want to work with a company like this because it actually has passion, it has innovation, it has a culture, and it's very inclusive. And also the good thing about music, it's I think still haven't met anybody that don't like at least some type of music. So it's a very common international language to use for communicating and having a platform. And of course, on these trips, when you have everybody together, it's all about creating this shared story and moments that people can talk about, not only with their spouse, their family. friends and other people, but actually have a common ground. And this stupid picture is from one of the ideas that we just came up with. We had a keynote speaker in the morning, and he told a story about a trip they made, and they had a problem. They were never wanted back to the hotel because it was not due to all the partying or the food fight, but it was basically the camel in the swimming pool. Um, so it took me 3 minutes. I looked at the CMO, he looked at me, and we left the room. And 3 hours after, we actually rented a camel. I got it in the back door in the hotel. And of course, during lunch, I walked through the whole lunch area with a camel and looking for the pool. And the only problem doing this kind of things is kind of like, what are you doing next year? Because the expectations are growing, but it creates this stories that everybody kind of like can remember, and they talk about it still kind of like 5 years after. I've been very fortunate to have been working in one of the Silicon Valley's most innovative companies. Rest in peace, Sun Microsystems, but also had a really good mentor, and which also became a good friend of mine, Scott McNeely. And this looks really simple, but it is actually really, really powerful. Creating this culture where you of course having fun, you go out there, you kick your competitors' ass, be very, very, very professional when it comes to delivering customer success, and love your customer. Don't cheat. Don't do this stupid kind of like one-off and think you get away with it. Be fair, don't cheat. And when it comes to keep your butt in the corner, I think you should decide which technologies, what kind of company you want to be. Because if you're trying to do everything, you're going to compete with everybody, and you can't do everything by yourself. So figure out what you want to do, stay focused, do that, and then partner with the missing bits and pieces. So pretty simple business plan, but actually really powerful and kind of like easy for your team to remember, and build both values and ethics around. Innovation as a CTO, this is kind of make it or break it. And sadly, we kind of like we've seen some companies that kind of like either forgot to innovate. Of course, you also have successful companies that have more money than brain power, so they innovate by acquisition. That could also work if you have a lot of money. But I think from a technology perspective, being a CTO, focus on innovation and actually lead, don't follow, is the way to kind of like be a category leader in your space, like ForTalk actually became. This is, of course, probably known to all of you guys. As you grow, a lot of companies kind of like grow into this innovator's dilemma. You have a lot of customers, good kind of like recurring revenue coming in, and a lot of those customers just want a little bit more what they already got, and you kind of like end up in this incremental innovation instead of actually be awake enough to figure out when new stuff arrive, and you actually need to move fast before you become outdated. And I think these two statements kind of like talks for itself. And another thing, be aware of, I've met several people kind of like in my career that kind of like were thinking about that everything basically they could do it better themselves, and kind of like not sharing, not actually using stuff that already exists, and kind of like ended up to spending a lot of time reinvent the wheel instead of being a little bit more pragmatic, using stuff that already exists, work with somebody else and build something which is actually larger than yourself. And for me, the key kind of a vehicle to all this is open source. Building a technology company, being a CTO, building something that's larger than your own team, sharing and also innovating, this is where it happens. So I'm a big believer in open source, and there's absolutely many ways of also be commercially successful, even if your code is open source. And I think kind of the last decade or so, you see so many unicorns out there, IPOs, successful IPOs that have been open source companies. So that all saying that kind of like open source is free and you can't make it commercial, and it's basically a service company. I think that is totally wrong. Open source is all about innovation. It's about inclusive in building something larger than yourself, and actually could also be very successful on a commercial perspective. So where is my brain going now? And of course, things are changing all the time. Some things are changing faster, and something is taking more time. But it's all these new things that come up, of course, create new opportunities. And one of the big thing everybody talk about now is Web 3.0. And honestly, Web 3.0 concept has been been kind of like on the roadmap, and people are talking about it for a very long time. But you see some of the core basic concepts around it is now actually getting more and more focus and also speed and investment behind it. And when we started, like way back, nobody actually cared about privacy. Now people actually really care about stuff. People would like to have a very personal experience when they are online or getting a service, as long as it's transparent and it's not abused, and you can share the data and what you want to share, and you can also revoke it at your own convenience. And the whole thing about decentralization, there's so many good reasons for doing that. And of course, even if you kind of like if you're looking from a security perspective alone, making these huge databases of identity data that are in a centralized location, it's a honeypot. Everybody want to go in and actually try to breach it. And yeah, you all know like what happened to some of the large vendors out there recently, and decentralization is one of the ways of actually avoiding that concept on that issue. I think another thing around this is that you don't need to kind of like the whole aspect of, I think, data lake is basically dead, because you don't need to have all the information in one place to actually be able to make decisions or recommendations or what you want to do. And some of the technologies that kind of came along, I would say, commercially really successful over the last 5 years is graph technologies. And the capability a graph platform or technology underneath your services can be extremely powerful. But this is new technology that has been growing really fast and got a lot of attention over the last 5 years. I think the most important thing then for using this is also that you need to build knowledge on top of it. So where am I going? Still very focused on identity. And identity is more than identity of humans. There's more bots out there. There's more services out there. There's more Internet of Things out there than human beings. And guess what? They all have identities. And there's no difference whatsoever on a human identity or a digital twin of a device. And they all are connected. They have relationships. they come and go, and things are not static anymore. And that's why you need to move to new technology, for instance, leveraging graph, and not put your whole business model into an LDAP schema, which is very rigid and really, really hard to deal with real-time decision based on context. Web 3.0, a lot of those concepts are really on emerge. It's not only on kind of like what is the question, and the answer is blockchain. Web 3.0 is so much more about it. At the same time, for a very, very long time, a lot of the identity data and authentication system and stuff is still going to be centralized. Like Google, Facebook, big banks will not go away tomorrow. So there needs to be kind of like some kind of like interaction, coexistence between the old centralized world where we are now to the total kind of like SSI network. And just as a fun fact for you guys out there, 70% of all SSI networks are actually on centralized servers. And they still somehow need to establish trust somewhere. So there's a lot of good things coming on out in this space. And last but not least, it's all about data and understanding the data and looking on identity data, digital kind of like twins as business assets and not a liability, and create fantastic new experience and services for everything which is online, being your car, being your house, being your family, whatever. But it's also about connected data and how this changes from day to day, from minute to minute, based on context. So this is my bet for the future, and I probably went extremely fast now. But my last advice here is that as a CTO, as an entrepreneur, as a founder, you can't have a plan B. If you're doing and betting on a technology, and you at the same time are putting a plan B together, you are not believing in what you're doing. And this picture is from a place very close to my home in Norway, and which is the most famous place for base jumping in Europe. And of course, if you go on top of that mountain and you jump out, there is no plan B. Either you land safely or you die. So I think just do it. No plan B. You need to believe in what you're doing, your innovation, make bets. And of course, all the time when trying to innovate and run your team, you will learn and you will get new data. And based on that new data, you're probably going to change your plan A constantly on new knowledge and new data. But having a plan B is absolutely the wrong way of going, at least in my mind and what I've experienced. So I'll leave you with that, guys. I don't know if we are opening up for questions or so.
Thank you so much, Lasse. That was amazing. And I'm actually a musician myself, so you were really speaking to me there. It was really, really fun to hear the parallels. And go Foo Fighters.
Totally, and it's kind of also when you're putting a band together or a company together, there has to be diversity. And I'm setting like being a manager for Keith Richards was probably not easy, but they're still the biggest rock and roll band on the planet. So
right.
Embrace diversity in every way you can.
Absolutely. No, and you're so right, because it's that creative tension, between the two different sort of competing musical sensibilities, as I'm sure you know. I mean, even with Pink Floyd, right? That was a great example of Roger Waters and David Gilmour, and they were just constantly at odds. And they even their I'm sure you know this, but their final song was actually born out of a fight they had, right?
Yep.
And then here comes constantly no yeah, that was the last one, right? So it was yeah, it was definitely it's interesting because it happens too, and we were getting in the musical weeds, and I'm sure other people don't like music or like, oh God. But but it's true even in a business context, right? If you don't have those sort of competing different ideas and people have different perspectives and viewpoints, and that can be, you know, traditional diversity, but that can even just be where you come from, right? Where you were born, where you were raised, where you've lived. It gives you a different kind of idea of how you're going to see the world in a different lens. And all of those things come into play when you're building something, even on the tech side, right? Because you're going to have these competing sensibilities, but it's through those sort of, you know, like creative frictions that we actually develop new solutions that would never have been possible if it were just one person or the other, right? It's that kind of that friction, that tension that actually, you know, gives birth to something it would never have come to life otherwise.
Yeah.
So really important points that you're making there for sure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And kind of like that's what it's all about, innovation. And for my own things, I have no ego whatsoever. If somebody comes in and come up with a good kind of like argument or good idea or something, so shit,
Yeah.
forget what I just said based on what you're telling me. I learned something.
Yeah.
Let's change plan A because
Yeah.
that's how innovation actually happens. If you have to always have to
100%.
be the smartest guy in the room, I think you're going to lose out on a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, and they've actually done studies on, you know, the fact that kind of basically they did it was 100 product teams, and they studied them and found that the teams that had more diversity and also more sort of creative tension were the ones that were the most innovative. So I mean it's really important, I think, what you're saying.
Yeah, what's why I
It's
think
it's the fabric of it.
it is, and also the whole thing about a lot of focus on the ID versus kind of executions. I normally what I say is kind of if you're the only person on the planet that has this brilliant ID, I think it's one out of two. It's either you way too early or it's a stupid
Mm.
ID. So again, it's execution and team is what it takes, and listen and learn.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's important too, you're making a point of bringing people on who are going to challenge you. And not that you want people that are going to argue with you or it's going to be contentious. That's not what we're going for. But I think what you're saying is, you know, bring people on who are going to think through all the angles that you didn't think through, either because you didn't have time, right? Or you just don't have the bandwidth, or it's just not the way you normally think. And then suddenly that person says, "Hey, did you think about XYZ?" And you go, "Oh, no, I didn't." And thank you, because you're right, you know? And so I actually like to hire those people as sort of a second brain that I bounce things off of and say, okay, I'm thinking about this, because I know they're going to come to the table and say, did you think about da 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 da, right? And what is the thing that they'll fill in? And eventually sometimes you start to think, okay, you know, like my go-to is Lana, and I think, okay, what would Lana think? But
Yeah.
and then I can try to start using her brain, right? And start incorporating that. So yeah, it's really true.
And as you know, as a CTO and also in other stuff, there's a reason why you have two ears and only one mouth.
Yes.
You should
Yes.
actually
No,
listen for Christ's sake, and then before you
yeah,
speak.
100%. No, and you get so many great ideas from the other people, and then back to the point that we made before, then you get their buy-in to it because they feel invested, that they're actually contributing their gift to the company by bringing the full force of their intellectualism, their heart, their, you know, their blood, sweat, and tears. It makes them feel like they're valued, and so you're not just listening, but you're also showing them that you respect and value them and their time.
Yeah, and expanded that kind of beyond the boundaries of your own company, kind of like, of course, for an open source and having the community and peers collaborating on them, or again sharing stories in your own community.
Mm.
You need to build something that is larger than the limitations of your own little team or your company.
Yeah. So what this is a little bit of a strange abstract question, but I feel like as a musician you can handle this. What is your favorite what's the favorite kind of song or album that you've written on the tech side? And how did it come about with this kind of creative tension that we're talking about?
On the tech side, you mean?
Yeah. So I'm asking you to kind of to extrapolate from your musician self and then say, okay, on the tech side, it looked like this, just to put it together for people who might not be musicians like us.
It's that creative process that kind of like and making a song or kind of like coming up with new architecture design or technologies is the process you go through and how you actually embracing that. And there's a very good kind of like documentary on Beatles. I don't know if it's on Netflix or wherever it is, but see how we made those masterpieces and how the process actually works. And again, it's not about arguing or me being right or me being wrong. It's just inclusive, and I think that's exactly the same things that happens when I kind of like my team is from engineering is building new stuff. It's just that again that learning and be very open to and listen to new ideas before you try to shoot them down and finding something which is wrong about them. So
Right.
it's very the same thing, like creating new tech or creating a new hit song. It's the same process.
Right. Yeah, I know with that fight that they had that led to Comfortably Numb, it was that David Gilmour thought what Roger Waters doing was way too ambitious and too flowery and too dramatic. And of course, Roger Waters was the dramatic one for anybody who's a music fan. And David Gilmour was the more polished actual musician, who was very technically savvy. And so then David Gilmour was like, well, but I think that this is too grandiose. We need to add just some basic stuff here. And then so of course in their music you get that, right? You see that there's this super ambitious over the top drama, but then there's this very technically proficient, very solid music that's happening. And so I think with the tech it would look the same, right? Where you've got some people that are, and oftentimes I know as CTOs, you're dealing with CEOs and founders who tend to be these visionary wild cards who have these grandiose ideas. And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe they think we can do this. And you're tasked with being the David Gilmour, right? You have to come in and say, okay, well, technically we need to do to make this make sense. And so, but that juxtaposition and that tension between the sort of flying off into the wilderness CEO founder with you as a CTO. And sometimes as a CTO, you're going to be that person and you'll have other technical people who will come in to fill in under you and say, did you think through like how we're going to do this part? And so, but yeah, it does. I mean, we need each other, I think is really what we're saying here. And it's good to remember that
I
as a
think also
leader.
the other thing is kind of like again, like being a CTO and founder of a software company, you can do whatever you want. It's software. Kind of like if you don't know how to do it, it's basically because of your knowledge. It's software for Christ's sake. You can fix it. So there's no stupid ideas. It may be a stupid idea from a commercial perspective or adoption, but actually with software you can do whatever you want. So there's no limitations. And sometimes, of course, you need to make bets. And again, back to the music. If you look on Queen with Bohemian Rhapsody, everybody says, you're crazy. Are you actually putting in a song which is like 11 or 13 minutes? And you have opera in the middle. This, and then again, it's the most sold kind of like song in on the planet. So
right.
So you need to make bets. You're not gonna win all of them, but if you don't make those bets, you're not learning and you're not innovating. If you're trying to save everything.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a really important balance to strike there, I think. Well, any other parallels that you can help us draw between, how to apply this sort of creative musical component into the tech side? Any advice or any words of wisdom, I guess we should say.
No, but I think it's a little bit, I already said it, that diversity perspective, like they're all different, and kind of like, and sometimes you meet really brilliant engineers, and managers have problem managing them, and they kind of like, they think that is the problem, but that then the manager is a problem, if you know what I mean. You're paid for actually handling musician, rock stars, people that could be very demanded, but they are brilliant. So
Yeah.
so you should actually embrace that. And again, back to the Keith Richard kind of like stuff. He was probably not easy to manage, but again, they are one of the largest rock and roll band in the history, and that diversity
Right.
is a good thing. You don't have
Right.
if everybody in the team is saying yes, you have a problem.
Yes. Agreed. Too many yes men does not breed innovation. That's for sure.
It does absolutely not.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you so much, Lasse. This has been a really fun talk and really insightful. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. And good luck.
Absolutely.
Go out there, kick ass, and have fun, everybody.
Awesome. Okay. Well, our next speaker is Julia Valentine. She's going to talk about how successful startups build an ecosystem. And so this will include building the tech teams that you need, the 6 models that you can use to do it, how to choose the right one for you, what's an agile business model and how do you build it, how to speed up your design phase and be efficient with the build phase and the tool that we see being used the most, how to pick the right advisors and what they should be able to do for you, and then why successful startups build an ecosystem, how to do it. And quickly about Julia. So she is a fintech advisor, COO, CTO, ESG, and AI and ML. She is a solution-focused fintech advisor to boards and management teams, and throughout her executive career, she's held leadership positions at JP Morgan Chase, DE Shaw, and Moose Partners, one of the largest family offices in the world. She also serves on the board of directors for operations and technology and financial crimes compliance committees of the Apple Bank. And she's an advisor to startups, currently the CTO and COO at Alpha Mill. Welcome, Julia. We're so excited to have you.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me well?
Very good. Yeah, you sound great. And just a reminder, if you have a presentation that you want to share, just need to have you hit the share screen and go full screen.
I made an executive decision. There are way too many presentations. We're all
Perfect. Well, then
fine.
we don't have to mess with it.
Thank you. Yeah. So I will make some remarks, and I want to encourage questions because I think that's the most fun, right? For everyone.
Perfect. Yeah, and everyone, just please remember to put your questions in the chat as we're going. There's sometimes a delay, so just know please don't wait until the end, because what I'm seeing is sometimes people put in a question and it comes after the speakers left. So just throw them in as you have them, and we'll get to them, and we'll get to them at the end.
Yes, and please interrupt me because let's make it more interactive and more fun, okay? So I will start at the end. I'll start with the ecosystem and why it's so important to build an ecosystem. So anything that we do in life, as you know, is any new habit that we form needs to form a connection to everything else that we're doing. Creating a startup is very much a new idea, and the more connections it has to all sorts of ecosystems, your clients, your advisors, venture capital, technology firms, the more connections you build early on, the more successful you're going to be. And when we look at clients that we help who are startups, much like Glorium, they have a lot to say about that as well. We can see that startups that pick advisors early on and pick the right ones have a much larger chance of succeeding. Why? It's because you don't want to rebuild the connections that already exist. You just need to find them, and you need to become a part of that conversation. That is also true for product development, right? And how many conversations you're having with your potential clients. That is true for building and selecting the right technologies for your team. That is true for connecting to as many VCs early on before you actually need the funding, although we all need funding all the time anyway. But developing all of these connections before you start on your company and while you're working on your company, that is essential. So that is kind of the thesis. And now let me go and introduce some of the ideas that will hopefully help. Okay, so there are 6 different ways in which companies select the right people for their tech teams, right? So we call them consultant engagement models. And I will go over the basic 6 models. And of course, what's going to happen is you will be able to create hybrid models out of these modules. So the first one is very simple. It's staff augmentation and team extension. And usually what happens is you find the CTO or the tech lead that you really love, someone with subject matter expertise in your particular area. And then you might want to add on more people who are more junior or who are in some kind of a support role. And that's what we call staff augmentation and team extension. And usually that is all time and materials, but you can use the second model where you come to someone and say, I want an outcome-based or fixed-priced project. And you can easily get that for your MVP or for some of the later phases of your build-out. The third model is called BOT, build, operate, and transfer. And that's basically when you hire a tech team, it builds everything, and essentially transfers it over to your full-time employees or whoever becomes a part of that management team that's going to run tech for you. There are also managed services or software as a service. And that means that you are getting consulting assistance for specific business tasks. There's also a dedicated team, right? So here, for most of the consulting, you can pay per hour and get whatever you need or as much as needed. But in a dedicated team, you essentially have a team that is standing by. It's assigned to you, and you pay them full time for being available to you full time. The 6th one is my personal favorite because it sounds so presidential. It's essentially called Software Development Center, or some people call it R&D Center. Some people call it Center of Excellence. And you recruit a new full-fledged team, call it that. And because a lot of the startups these days are AI-based, powered with machine learning tools, etc., then that justifies your whole Center of Excellence and an R&D center title. So those are the models that we see. Let me look at the rest of the questions that I wanted to hire. What's an agile business model and how to build it? So let's talk a little bit about agility. I know that we speak about agile software development methodology all day long. This is slightly different. This is agility as it applies to your business model, to how you actually set up your company. And we define agility by your ability to quickly reconfigure strategy, structure, processes, people, and technology. And we look at everything that we do in terms of capabilities. Capability is something that adds $1 to your bottom line. And being agile means that you can reconfigure strategy, structure, processes, people, and tech towards value creating opportunities and away from value destroying opportunities. So that ability to quickly reconfigure is essential. And the reason that selecting a good tech team is important is because it allows you to reconfigure. All right, so that's why we value agility. All right, how to speed up your design phase, how to be efficient with the build phase, and the tools that we see being used the most. So what we love to do and what we find very, very useful is, for a lot of the founding teams, they come to us with their Figma designs, or we literally give them a link to Figma and we say, we're very happy to assign a business analyst to your project, but if we give you Figma, how much of that can you do yourselves? Let's see if you can start us off and come to us with a mock-up of just the screen mock-up. Okay, and then of course it's so easy to get a good designer on it, and to do the build based off of that. But we started literally turning founding teams away unless they come to us prepared, and prepared is having a very solid detailed idea of exactly what they would want to see, and being very realistic of what goes into the MVP. That M stands for minimum and not maximum. So that's how we've been able to really cut down on our ability to get a project going extremely quickly. Let's see. How to pick the right advisors and what they should be able to do for you. Picking the right advisors is most likely the most important decision. Obviously, the idea that you come up with is the most important decision, but that's the second most important decision that you're going to make, because your advisors should be able to connect you to your ecosystem in one step. Right, so pick people. If you need fundraising, pick people who've been there, done that, are connected to the family office networks, venture capital networks, any type of capital raising capabilities that you might need. Pick advisors who know your market, who know your clients. Pick advisors with huge networks that can actually connect you to your potential clients extremely quickly. It is critical. It's absolutely critical. So those are my remarks, and I would love to see if there are any questions.
Thank you so much, Julia. That was amazing. Everyone, please put your questions in the chat so we can get Julia some questions. But I think you make some really compelling points about choosing the right mentors in addition to the right team. We've heard a lot about choosing the right team, but I think you're the first that I've heard in the last 2 days talk about how important it is to get a mentor that is also going to, lead you to where you want to go. Do you personally have any mentors that you have chosen? And if so, can you talk a little bit about how they have, influenced you and led you to be where you are today?
So the very basic advisory board, or advisors that you would select for your company, and of course put it in your decks, etc., is extremely important. So advisors can be one of our clients has a former U.S. ambassador as one of their advisors, because they're interested in doing business internationally. So there are all sorts of, right. So essentially, there is a difference between a mentor and an advisor. A mentor is someone who is interested in your let's say personal and professional development, right? So I see so basically an advisor is like a mentor, but to your company and to your idea. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we have amazing advisors. So for Alpha Mill, one of our advisors runs one of the largest family office networks. It's called Ivy Fawn, Another one of our advisors is a PR, public relations maven. She is a contributing writer for Forbes, Newsweek, and Rolling Stones. And, for anything that we do, we go to them first, and they help us with strategy. So they tell us how what we are contemplating is going to play out, because they've already been there and done that. So they prevent a ton of mistakes, and their strategic advice is invaluable. I see a question. Okay, where can I find a business development advisor who knows done business agility? Okay, that's an excellent question.
And a follow-up. How much should we pay for the advisor?
I'll tell you all about it. Okay. So first of all, for the business agility, your first step for doing this is going to be going to Bain.com, Ernst & Young, EY.com, PwC.com, McKinsey, and I'm sure I'm missing another company. And so if you search for agile business model, actually our website also has something about business agile models, but I don't want to be self-promotional here, and all of these large consulting companies are so much better at this. So first of all, read what people are saying about it, and there are lots of presentations. There's a ton of information about building business agile models. Again, the differences between agile software development methodology and agile teams. So once you look at all of these websites, you will see that there are all of these super consultants, at Bain, etc. firms, and that's your starting point. So you go to them on LinkedIn and you say, hey, who's doing this in my industry, sub-industry? Like basically, you don't want someone who just understands it conceptually. Many people do. Most of us, like myself, have some kind of a consulting background, or they have built it internally, for their organizations. A lot of COOs would be great at that, although not all. And essentially, if you go to the large consulting firms and ask them to put you in touch with someone who understands the business, agile business model in your industry, they will most definitely be able to do that. How much should you pay for an advisor? It depends. It depends on your business model and what you're doing. Advisory board members are paid a lot of times in equity. So I'm a fintech advisor that would take equity stakes in some of the companies where I'm an advisor. Some of the more established companies, if you're an advisor, pay a combination of cash and equity. Some advisors will do it for you for free because you have strategic relationships with them, you're doing business together, and they would go and be officially advisors. So it's a negotiation, just like anything else in life. Any other questions?
Yeah, that's a good one. And are there
begging helps at all times. Okay, first beg, be like, please. So that's what I do.
That's so funny.
It helps a lot. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, begging aside, are there qualities that you're looking for when you're trying to find an advisor that is right for you? And how do you know it's the right fit? If you're being, obviously, you can't always be picky, but if you're able to be picky, how do you know it's the right advisor for you?
Well, if they can hook you up, you have the right advisor, right? So if they can make things happen for you, that's the right advisor. So if, for example, if you are fundraising and they can, thanks, Julia, I will bag. Okay. So you know what? Here's the thing. Think of it now. So how they should be begging you to be an advisor to you,
right?
Okay.
Yep.
So a lot of people who are extremely well established in the industry, they want to be in the flow of new ideas. It helps them too. Does that make sense? It helps them to see what's going on, especially if it's their industry, it's their markets, and if there's innovation, it is great for them. It's great for their networks. And if I deal with my cohort, then obviously, all of us want to have people who've been, who are more experienced than us, and we also want to keep working with people who are the next generations, right?
Mhm.
Because a lot of times they will have the most innovative ideas. So advisors are interested in working with you if you are doing interesting stuff that is value added. So that's your business, that's your agile business model. Are you
I like that.
quickly pivoting, right? If you have the ability to quickly pivot towards value creating and away from value destructing activities, you are interesting to people who are well connected. And if they can bring you clients, if they can shortcut your ability to understand your audience, to roll out products, if they can help you with your with your client pipeline, or fundraising, and you can have more than one. I see companies having 10 to 20 people on their advisory boards.
I love that. Do you have any tips for how to make your company more attractive to those advisors? You touched on it a bit, but are any other tips you can provide? Like, how do we, how do we sell ourselves to these advisors? Obviously, we're doing it for investors, but how does it differ
Yeah.
maybe from the investor
There's a
community?
huge there's a huge tendency to go towards the alumni of your university. A lot of the alums are tracking what people are doing, and it's that should probably be your one of the first things that you can do.
Great advice.
Go to your university directory, alumni directory, and see who you can get there. And also speak to your network, speak to people that you're working with, and see who they consider to be very knowledgeable. Okay, so that's
That's great.
right. That's another thing that you can do. And if you are in a particular industry, go to the top people in the industry and say, "Hey, I'm new, I'm innovative, I'm disruptive, I'm doing this cool stuff. I would love to hear your input." And who can resist that, right? If anybody comes to us and says, "Oh, you know more about this than I do, and I'd love to hear you," yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
demand for offering advice.
Yeah, that's great. It's really good advice. Yeah. So final question for you. I know a lot of, lessons can be learned the hard way. Are there some lessons, maybe top 3 things that you've learned over the course of your career that you can impart to everyone, so they can avoid making some of the same hard left turns that you may have made, right? And learn from your mistakes. You don't have to tell what the mistakes were, but what are some things that you've learned that can help other people avoid, some of the same pitfalls?
I would say that if you are creating a new product, then you should have questions with your potential clients way before you've even started the MVP. You should have a minimum of 100 questions, 100 conversations with your potential clients way before you have anything to show them in terms of technology. Just put it out on a PowerPoint, show them, step through the PowerPoint with them and get their input. And if you sign up 30 or 40 as your clients by the time your MVP is done, then that's enough conversations. That's when you know that you've done enough conversations. Do not wait to do this even until you have your MVP. That's the biggest
Yeah.
mistake that I see people make, because
It's great advice.
you will guaranteed pivot so many times. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
only after you have a client list that you should start embarking on an MVP, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think that's super smart. Any other words of wisdom or tips that you've learned the hard way, or common mistakes that you see people make that we can help avoid people
Um,
making?
I would say that my biggest mistake was that I always considered myself a technologist, and I never wanted to see myself as someone who can sell. So I was always very intimidated by going to people and approaching them and saying, "Be my advisor, be a client, be this, be that." And I would say that for anyone who is doing a startup in any capacity whatsoever, if you're C-level, get befriend and really great salesperson and have them mentor you for a couple of months, and you will get over your fear of selling or approaching new people, or showing your PowerPoint to clients, you know what I mean, to
Yes.
potential clients.
Yeah.
But it's much easier to do if somebody is there to walk you through that. And the way that we build Alpha Mill team, we have two partners who are doing communications. They are certified in communications. One is a PhD in communications, and another one is certified in DISC, and doing that behavioral assessment of how the team interacts, team dynamics, and having somebody like that on your team from the get-go reduces the stress levels of your startup. So somebody has to be there, somebody who can teach you how to communicate internally, improve the team dynamics, and to sell. So internal mentoring in those areas, I've seen over and over again as a good pattern. It's also a pattern that VCs are beginning to look for. A lot of VCs told me that they're beginning to assess founder, not just founder bios, but also team dynamics.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really smart. I mean, I know it can be really hard, especially if you're an introverted CTO, to go out and sell yourself or sell the
Yeah,
technology or sell the company. That's
yeah,
really difficult, right? That's just asking a lot of a lot of us. And it's hard anyway, even if you're an extrovert and you're outgoing. I mean, when it's selling yourself is always the hardest thing. And I think to your point, I mean, I think the more that you're selling the team, the more that you have a team and I think that also makes it feel less uncomfortable when it's like, oh, I have an amazing team and they're building this amazing thing. It feels a little bit less weird and self-promotional too. So that's good advice, I think, that you're hinting at
oh
there.
yeah, and it's not right, and you never self-promote, right? You were just discussing your product and the fact that you know what you're doing and all that, but
Right.
if you don't have the self-confidence in doing that, it takes a lot of energy out of you. And by having
Yeah.
someone next to you who can actually who says, no, it's nothing, and you're like, what are you talking about? I just had one client meeting and then I slept for 10 hours after that. And they're like, yeah, that's the first day. And then it's gonna get much better. So that's
Yeah. Yeah, I
yeah.
think I think that's great advice. Yeah, and really good advice too, to remember that it is you selling the product, not yourself. And that, if you don't believe in yourself, no one else will, right? So you
Very true.
have to be confident in what you're selling and excited about it. And if you don't convey that you're excited and confident in your offering, nobody else is going to buy into it. So it's good. That's great advice to get somebody that's a sales mentor that can help push you along in that direction and make sure that because I'm sure your idea is brilliant, but if you can't show that you feel that, then people aren't gonna jump on. So it's good,
Yes,
really good
and,
advice.
and of course, the last one I would say is
Yeah.
reconfigure quickly, right? Cut your losses, as traders say often. Reconfigure quickly. Make sure that your tech team is what you want, or reconfigure. Right, make sure that your
Mm,
product is what you want, or reconfigure. So building that agility in that mindset from the get go, and pivoting as many times as you need to, is basically
mhm.
how startups survive, essentially, right? So I mean, that comes naturally, but I guess it just provides, the agile business model just provides a little bit more of conceptualization around that well-known concept of being able
Mhm.
to do it.
Yeah, no, I love that. Well, any final thoughts or feelings that you want to make sure people are, have, and we're so grateful that you're sharing your personal experience and knowledge here. It's going to help a lot of people move forward without needing to make quite as many pit stops along the way and running into as many potholes, right?
Right. I would say that, if I were to summarize, number one, you are a part of the ecosystem. Define it. Make sure that you have the connecting points to it, through your alumni network, through your advisors that you're going to attract to your business. Secondly, build an agile business model and select the right consulting model when you're hiring, plus outsourcing, and or outsourcing your tech team. How you're doing this outsourcing can be done in 6 different ways, plus all of the hybrid ways, right? So you can put these
Right.
these 6 together in various interesting ways. And do not wait to build. Show PowerPoints to your potential clients. Use Figma to create something that you can mock up, show it, and then build the MVP.
Yeah, it's great advice. Love it. Well, thank you so much, Julie. This has been really insightful and really helpful, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to benefit from having heard you today.
Okay, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's Javy. How are you?
Doing well. Wow. Another great talk. You had some great questions, but yeah, I'm really excited for the next one, Dimitri. But yeah, that was a lot of information. She was she was a wealth of knowledge, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's super helpful. Yeah, it's really, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting to think about what you need to build around yourself as the CTO or leader, not just in terms of your team, but in terms of the people that are guiding you, right? Because there are all of these, you need people to follow you, but you also need people that you can follow. And so it's important to get the right mix.
Yeah, I really like that aspect of it. I really resonated with this conversation because, my background is kind of like in growth marketing, and I've never really had I've had I wouldn't really call them like mentors or advisors, but as of the last 6 months, I've really leaned in on that and kind of building my own personal advisory board of people in different spaces that I can learn from. Because you want to learn from people that have already done that, been there, done that, right? Because they have the knowledge, they have the experience. So I heard this during one of the events that I hosted. One of the speakers mentioned there's 2 ways of learning. There's you can learn by doing and failing then succeeding, or you can learn from someone that's already done it, and I'd rather take that expedited course. So
Usually you have to do a bit of both, but
yeah, very true, very
yeah,
true.
yeah.
But yeah, I like the mentor aspect of it, because it's hard, because there's so many great people out there. It's like, how do you pick? How do you know who fits what you're looking for? And for me, what worked, there's a new, I guess, product called Growth Mentors. They're kind of like a mentoring platform, and that's kind of where they're all kind of marketing / growth related. I'm assuming there is other ones similar to that for other fields. I'm assuming there probably has something for CTOs or maybe product. But yeah, I think it's that since I've invested in a mentor and this personal advisory board, I think I've skyrocketed just the level of things that I've been doing, and just kind of really being able to think with other people's shoes and the way that they think, because there's multiple ways, for a better lack of term, skin a cat. So it's one of those where I think you take it with a grain of salt, because maybe what works with them doesn't work for you, but there is something in there that could work for you. So I agree with her. I think especially for founders and high level C-suite executives, you want to be able to learn from other people that have succeeded, because otherwise you get very narrow focused, right? And it's just you only know what you know.
Right. I think her other point, which we didn't really dive into, but she talked about getting a personal mentor, which is like, so you've got your personal mentor that brings you along professionally and personally, and then the advisor is sort of doing that for the company, right? So it's a slightly different role. But I actually think getting a personal mentor is really important too, and or therapist, depending on, your needs. I'm a big fan of both because I feel like something that I've experienced and also seen is that whatever you don't have right in your own psychology or in your own life, when you're becoming a bigger and bigger leader, it just gets magnified by any layer that you add, right? And so, I mean, I know we've all seen leaders and CEOs and other, kinds of authority figures who don't necessarily have their things figured out, right? To put it nicely. And what will happen is I've seen people who are, a little bit mercurial, a little bit angry, a little bit mean, a little bit crazy acting. And then what happens? You see that the people that work for them tend to either kind of fall into the victim category or tend to be like that. And the clients they bring tend to be like that. And so it just creates a bigger and bigger and bigger stew of the same dysfunction from that leader. And so I personally am a big advocate of making sure that anything that you can do to better yourself as a leader, as an executive, it's going to have a big impact, because then you don't let that stuff roll downhill and you don't let anything that's unresolved in yourself spill out on other people, so it doesn't become their problem, right? The more that you're dealing with your own psychology or your own issues, the less that spills out and sort of rolls. And then the more that you attract people like you who are also trying to handle their own stuff, be good people, be respectful, all of the things that you embody. And we've had this point made today, right? That whatever you embody, you're going to attract. And so you want to make sure that whatever you're doing as that leader is something that you want more of and not less of, or you're going to end up, or you're going to learn the hard way, right? You're going to end up with a lot of external reflections of your own stuff, that suddenly you have to deal with externally and internally. And that's a much bigger challenge. So better to get it right up front with help from mentors and therapists, I think.
No, I agree. Yeah. And, even taking it one step further, I think partially, like, I don't know what all we have on the call, but I'm assuming there's probably a lot of founders and a lot of C-suite executives. And like, while it's great to have mentors for like business and your startup and your company, you also have to think about it on the flip side, right? Because we're all human. We still have to live a personal life. So having people like taking care of your health spiritually, just maybe there's someone that you really like the way that they are, like a family husband or wife, and you want to learn from. I think there's there's two sides to this coin. So not just focusing only, I don't believe in like, and this is just my personal opinion, like work-life balance. Like you can't give your family 51% and your work 49%. It's about work-life integration, and you integrate everything into your personal life. And I think you have to find like those things, obviously, that you enjoy, right? But also continue. I like to say I'm a work in progress. So, you're constantly improving. You're become a better version of yourself every single day.
Yep. I completely agree with that. I think it's really important. Yeah, and it is important. I mean, I know a lot of founders and executives end up not taking care of themselves, and I am one of those who did that for a very, very long time. And you can do that for a while, but word to the wise, you will burn out and you will fry your nervous system. It will happen. So if you don't figure that out as quickly as you can, obviously there's always going to be, the first 2-3 years, the likelihood that you're going to work 16-hour days most days is pretty high. But the less you can do that over time and the more you can afford to get help, it's really important. And make sure that you're investing in yourself too, right? In addition to the company, because I know I've also struggled with, okay, well, I don't know if I want to spend the money on someone else to do this when I can do it. But there is going to be a breaking point, and you're not spending money unwisely by hiring people to help do things that you need help with. You're actually ensuring the longevity of the company, because if you flame out as an executive, what happens next, right? There's nowhere to go. So you have to look at yourself as an important asset to the company, and one that has to be sustainable, right? Because if you just burn it at both ends for too long, it's not going to actually help the company in the end. And you start to have that weird thing where your brain stops working properly. At least that's what happens for me. I stop, I become a shell of a human, and the people around me are like, hello, April, like, we have a question, but you're not answering you're not there. Like, so you just got to make sure that doesn't happen too.
Yep. And, given that, this summit was more based on like CTOs in that realm, I help lead an accelerator program here in Dallas for Founder Institute. And one thing that I've learned, going off your point about not trying to do it all, is especially from like the more technical and product founders and leaders, they tend to like want to take, carry that load. But as you progress in your journey, at least, from my perspective, as you progress in your journey in your company, like you want to find those people that are, you want to find your replacement, right? Because otherwise, like there's no room for scale, right? And I think ultimately, in order for you and your company to grow, like you have to play more of a leader and more of a founder role than like product or whatever that role is,
Sure.
within your job duties and whatnot. But overall, I think, kind of like letting go of the reins, I know is always difficult. I know for me, it was very hard at the beginning, but now I'm just like, I look at it from like working smarter, not harder. And it's definitely helped catapult like some of the projects that I'm working on. And yeah, I just, if anyone can take 2 cents from that and run with it,
Right.
yeah, I would encourage you to
Yeah.
look at it from a different perspective.
Yeah. And you're so right. I mean, the only way that you can ever scale is when you actually do take your hands off the reins a bit and hand it to someone else that can do the work. There's no way that you're going to be able to continue to do everything and have it be done exactly your way and scale. So at some point you're going to have to learn, if you want to go bigger, you're going to have to learn how to let go of some of that and get help and accept help. And, I know for me, it was really difficult for a while. I felt really bossy. I always thought of myself as the workhorse. I didn't like being the person that was telling other people what to do. It made me feel like a diva, made me really uncomfortable. I was like crawling out of my skin. And you can't actually go anywhere until you get comfortable in that role and it doesn't mean you have to be bossy, and you don't have to be the boss that you don't want to be, that you didn't want to have, right? I mean, the best leaders are the ones who don't want to lead, right? Usually people that want to be bosses aren't very good bosses, but people who don't want to be bosses tend to be really good bosses because they know what they appreciated when they were working hard, for someone else. So I think it's really important to figure out where is that line where yes, you're there to catch them if they fall. Yes, you're there to give good direction that's linear, that's direct, and that's not all over the place. But you also have to figure out at some point, how are you going to step back and let them be the ones that fill in behind you and do those jobs. And also, I would say, letting people do the jobs that you don't want to do. I know that makes you feel the dirtiest because you feel like, oh, I'm giving this person something I don't want to do. But that's where you find somebody who likes doing the things you don't want to do. And that's the first thing you offload. Don't keep the stuff you don't like to do or you will burn out, right? Find somebody that actually enjoys doing. If you don't like operations and you don't like sales or you don't like marketing, whatever it is, find the person that's their jam. That's what they live for. Put them in that role, and then they love it. You love your life. Everybody's happy, and you get to scale.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And one other thought is like something that I learned early on, like at my one and only like corporate job, was that as a leader, like your employees don't work for you, you work for your employees, right? And I think because if you help them win, they're going to help you win in the long term. So that's
100%.
something that I've always held very close to me. And I'm always looking for my replacement. Why? Because then that's going to move me up to the next thing, right? And then the next thing. So I think just being open, and people are going to make mistakes. And one thing as well that I like to add on to that is like, as a founder, like, just remember, like, this is your baby, right? No one's going to work as hard as you are, right? Because it's not their idea, but if they're sold on the idea and they want to be part of something bigger than just them, then yes, they're going to help you, but just don't expect anyone to work as hard as you when it's not their baby or their idea.
Yeah. Unless you pay them a lot.
Yeah.
but usually that's hard for a while. No, you make some really good points there for sure. I think it's really important to figure out how you can serve the people that, as a leader, you're there to serve the people that are working for you and your customers. But you also want to set the example that you're leading by example, by being a servant, so that all of your employees are also in service of the company. And that's how you get to that place where then the company is in service of the final audience, whether it's clients, customers, etc. Because that's what a company is there for, right? We're there to serve the end user of whatever we're creating, and they're the ones that we're actually serving. So if you serve your employees and your employees serve the company ends up serving those customers, and then it's a beautiful symbiotic relationship, which obviously still has to be profitable, because otherwise you can't continue to serve your employees and serve the customers. So it's not to say that you're there as a nonprofit, but you're still there to make their lives better and to make the world a better place for them.
Yep. You want it to be something for both, like mainly your employees, but even like your customers, something that they want to use or do versus something that they have to. They don't have to be there. They want to be there, or they don't have to use your product or service. They want to use their products, or they don't have to use your product or service. I think it is a big key in all that.
Yeah, for sure. Something that makes it fun.
I completely agree. Well, while we wait for our next speaker, I think, I'd love to learn from the audience, like, what did they learn? What was their biggest takeaway from some of the speakers today and some of the talks? Like, being a very analytical person, I'm always looking for like that data and just understanding, what people took away from talks like this. I host startup events across the country, so I have the luxury of learning from a lot of people. And it's really interesting, right? I mean, I think you have something to learn from everyone, and everyone has a story to tell, no matter at what stage you are at.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a great moment for everyone to put their questions in the chat, and know that our final word is coming from Dmitry Stefanov. So he is going to be, answering any final questions that anyone has, or please, any comments you have about how today has gone, throw them in the chat. A little bit about Dmitry. So he's the co-founder and CTO at Glorium Technologies, who brought us today's and yesterday's summit. So excited to have him with us. He is an experienced chief technology officer with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry. He is skilled at Scrum, embedded software, object-oriented design, SQL, and medical devices, has very strong entrepreneurship professional experience with a Master of Science focused in product development from Rochester Institute of Technology. So we are very, very, very excited to get our final word from Dmitry and let him answer any final questions that you have.
Hello, everyone. That actually was very interesting summit. I was following almost all of the topics. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to watch all of them. I need to do some work. But I hope I will have an opportunity to watch them a little bit later. But anyway, the one which I was able to watch, they raised multiple questions, multiple comments from my side, and I would like actually to go through some of them, if you don't mind. One of the first speakers, he was addressing the team composition, and that's actually one of the pillars that holds companies, especially team composition from the technical standpoint, how it's done, what kind of approaches needs to be done, what specific, properties that needs to be looked for during the team composition, during the people searching process, and so on and so on. And one of the pieces that I heard, and I do agree with this actually statement, that core team is important, not just on the project, not just on the, department, but on the company level. This core team, while it does conflict with one of the approaches that regular enterprises are using. People not important, processes are important, approaches are important. I still disagree with this approach. I'm still trying to look through the prism of people are important, and people are driving not just processes, people are driving improvements, people are driving new visionaries in the companies, and people who are essentials for the companies. And I'm still trying to use this approach and use this vision, at least in my company, and trying to induce this vision to other people around me. Anyway, so we live in very difficult time from the point of, well, not difficult, difficult is not right word, by the way, here, in very interesting time. And time is getting more interesting as we go through. Number of technologies, number of framework, number of approaches, best practices are growing in exponential rate. And following them is very difficult. Selecting best of them are even more challenging. And having cross training between team members, applying new approaches to the team, to the team members and everything else is essential and is very important these days. And again, is getting more important as we will discuss, as I will discuss a little bit later during my discussion. That actually was addressed in by two speakers. The one was discussing building the core team for the product and importance of the core team on the product, how it affects quality, performance, and everything else. More like a core team works times faster than new team members that are brought regardless of their skills, regardless of their experience, because the core team are more coherent. They have better communication channels. They exchange information quicker, more smoothly. They understand each other. They need just one word to percept entire sentence or entire feature. And that is important, just like, I mean, I know, like married couples, they don't need to explain long tirades. One look, one, I don't know, sign, and it's sufficient to understand what it's about, where does it go. So here, same applies, I guess, in the closely coherent core teams. Another piece that was discussed, it was during the artificial intelligence, machine learning piece that was presented during the summit. Basically, example was very specific one about cross-training between data engineering and data scientists. So based on the speaker view, it is easier to train data engineering, data scientist skills. So the data engineering team would be more efficient from the point of building models, understanding the consequences and everything else. Yes, and actually that's a very good point. And I think it's gonna be, people gonna be trained more universally as technology do evolve. And it's not because we want to have a wide technology skills, it's because we want to have more systematic view from all team members. And if person is trained in a very narrow area, for this person, it's very hard to understand what the team wants, what their company wants, what their client wants. So people do need to be more systematically trained. They do need to touch all areas of the process, of the project, of the product, of the company, to be more involved, to be more motivated in the activities that are done on all levels. They do need to understand why it's important in order to follow this. And I mean, that's actually one of the challenges, for example, we have in our company, and we're trying to kind of convince to resolve it. And it's a situation about some processes that we are, new processes that we are trying to implement inside of the companies. And we have a huge level of resistance from some people in the company. They're smart people. They do great job on their level, but they don't understand why those processes will improve our company, will improve project, will improve service we provide. And my goal right now is not to, for example, strictly enforce those processes, strictly enforce those rules. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some strict approach, yes, You can't just do without this. But the major part of the improvement of those processes is explaining, giving examples, showing how exactly it will improve, even maybe on some limited amount of picture, maybe specifically related to the roles some specialists are performing on the projects or in the company. But you need to engage, you need to show the whole picture in order to all people in the company to be on board with you on something. Okay. Well, next topic, I guess, which interesting one, is related to the quantum computers and how it's getting to our life. That actually was very interesting one. That reminds me times maybe like 12 years ago, maybe 14 years ago, when everybody was talking about cloud computers, where everybody was so cool. We're doing it in cloud. I don't know what it is, but we're doing it in cloud. So right now, I see a very similar approach. Quantum computing is coming. We all know what's quantum computing, but actually we have no idea what's a quantum computing. And more importantly, we don't understand how deeply and how far it will affect our life, not just personal, but professional approaches. A lot of new technologies is going to be a huge change in the IT industry once cloud computing, once quantum computing will kick in. It will affect all aspects of our life, security, computation, algorithmic, what can be done from the, automatization in industry, in manufacturing, in social life, social engineering, and many, many other aspects. It's going to be a huge, huge change. We're not there yet, but it's coming very soon. Well, another problem which was discussed, and I think everybody know about this, and everybody are struggling, everybody have its own solution, maybe some industries and solutions, is related to the scaling. Scaling teams, scaling product is tough job. You need to know what you're doing. You need to have proper people boarded. You need to have proper processes built in time where it needs to be done, not before, not after. If you do it before, obviously it's going to be a huge overhead and it's going to be a huge slowdown on your company, on your project. Well, it depends on where you're trying to implement it. If it's going to be too late, obviously it's going to be too late. I mean, that's kind of define the consequences. You will have all kind of issues related to improper scalability, improper communication, improper problem solving, and everything else. So you need to be very careful here. Singularity is here-ish. Very controversial questions were raised. I believe some people already are buying the book which was presented during this conversation, including myself. Well, futuristic is futuristic. We're all very curious what's going to happen in the next 30 years, even if we're not going to be around industry at this time. But we want to see it, and we want to know how it's going to affect the life of our kids and our grandkids. So overall, I think a lot of very hot topics were touched during our summit. I hope people received answers. If not answers, that people received at least directions where those answers do exist. And if not this, at least we were able to raise some critical questions in your mind about challenges CTOs have in current realities. And I mean, if you have any questions, feel free to contact us, share your thoughts, share your questions, share your concerns. We will be more than happy to discuss it. We're always open to discussions. We will help you, or maybe you will help us to understand, or will be point something to us to improve. we are all happy. We are all looking forward to any communication, any questions, any suggestions. So that's about it. Any questions, any comments related to our summit? Go ahead. I will be more than happy to answer it.
So awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. Please put your questions in the chat if you've got them for Dimitri, or any final comments, or even any final thoughts, or the thing that really stuck out for you. It's always nice to hear what resonated with people. So feel free to put those in the chat. But yeah, I agree. A lot of really controversial and also difficult questions were raised that I think it's always good to that point you made before about creative friction, right? It's good to get those people getting your juices flowing and asking the hard questions that you don't ask yourself, so that you don't have to agree with them, but it still provokes some thoughts that you might not have otherwise, and it might even spark some ideas for you that that'll create new solutions and new innovation. So
yes, agree with you.
very good.
Thank you, Dimitri, for putting this event on and allowing myself, and I'll speak for April as well. Hope you don't mind co-hosting this event.
Not at all. No, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. I do have one final question for Dimitri, if he's up for it. I have been asking this throughout the summit, so this will come as no surprise. But are there maybe 3 lessons that you've learned the hard way that you can impart to people so that they don't have to encounter the same issues or challenges themselves in the same hard way?
Well, I guess, I mean, I didn't expect this question, but I'll try to formalize those.
Yeah, I know. I'm putting you on the spot.
Don't worry about this. Well, probably the hardest piece well, at least from my experience, it's, well, I grew from junior developer to CTO, and I was pretty much in all roles during this growth. Developer, senior developer, lead R&D developer, PM, senior PM, delivery officer pretty much, and now I'm CTO. And I was able to see the life, not just life, realities of the company activities on all those levels. And I was able to understand why, when I was a junior or when I was just developer, why some decisions were made to me, for example, and I was maybe not very happy about those decisions, right?
Right.
Now I understand from my experience, from my education, from all aspects, right? And it's so complex, you cannot just explain to people even in 1 hour of conversation, because it takes years before you absorb all this and before you start understanding why it's done. And now I'm in a very tough situation when I have developers who don't understand why, for example, I'm doing something. And I feel their pain. I'm trying to communicate that I feel their pain, but I still feel some resistance, some not understanding, and maybe like, what you're talking about. I mean, you're a boss, we are your people, and I mean, we don't understand what you're talking about. And that's probably one of the hardest pieces to understand it from my side, not to react on this, and be still kind of supportive and continue conversation, continue explaining. Even so, I see some resistance and I see some not understanding. So that is the hardest piece that will exist. It's not something I will overcome or any CTO will overcome. It's just part of my job assignment, I guess. And just, I mean, well, I guess it's just suck it up from my side. I need to suck it up and just go continue doing what I'm doing. Another biggest challenge, well, I mean, I probably mentioned it, is about building proper culture, because I mean, that's if you miss timing with the building proper culture in the company, the only solution is just dissolve the company and create new one, because changing culture is very tough, next to impossible, pretty much. You need to be very careful. You need to select right people. You need to get rid of people who don't fit your vision of the culture, regardless of the pain to you, to company, to client. You need to make hard decisions. That is essential, because later on it's going to be even worse, and you don't want to be in the bad cultural company as you grow. There is actually kind of next challenge that, again, it's a continuous challenge. It's not going anywhere. As company grow, culture must change. Your core values should stay the same, but overall communication, overall relationship between different, aspects of the company, they do need to evolve. Otherwise, company will not grow. I mean, if your company size satisfies you, you're satisfied with the current size of the business, fine, you're good. But if you're driving company to grow, you do need to look at those pieces more critically. Again, leaving those bases, moral, ethical bases that you placed in your company years ago, they need to stay. But everything must evolve, everything must improve. You always need to improve all aspects of the company, including your culture.
Super, super good points. Yeah. I'm curious, since you did work your way up the ladder, was there any resistance in you to be wanting to become a CTO, or was that something you were aiming for? And if people are listening that aren't yet CTOs but might want to be, what can you tell them to inspire them to take on that role? What's unique or fun about being a CTO versus, having worked your way up the ranks and staying there because it's more comfortable?
Well, it's a philosophical question you asking here. I mean, what brings you to CTO? I mean, those theories. I mean, in order to become someone, you need to want to become someone. There is some background noise. I'm not sure if it's me or it's very. It might be on your side, no?
No, you got a little bit muffled for a minute.
Me or it's Jay?
Yeah, no, you're better. Javy, I think, is fine, but maybe Javy mute for a second in case it's causing background noise. I'll do the same and let him finish. Maybe we're just getting interference here. We'll let Dimitri answer the question the hard question I threw him at the end here that he didn't expect.
Yeah. So generally speaking, you need to. Well, I mean, it's as I said, it's a philosophical question. In order to become someone, you need to want to become someone, right? Or you randomly become someone because your professional path just drives you. And what brings you to this piece, nobody can answer. I mean, you have a lot of books which support one version or another version, but I mean, those recommendations. You don't follow the books because in books they describe what happened. They don't describe what will happen, right? Same with a career path. I guess if you're doing something, if you're kicking in, eventually you will get to some point, maybe not where you wanted to be, but life will correct you, your capabilities, your skills, everything else will help you. And I mean, you do need to improve, you do need to grow, you need to be improving yourself. So I don't know how to answer on your question properly. I guess
no, it's a great answer.
Open like this, okay?
I like it. I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because you can't convince somebody to be something that they don't inherently want to be, right? You can't sell them on being a CTO if that's not something that's in their,
Right.
That's a passion or that's in their mind. Yeah, fair. Very good. Well, any parting words for us, Dimitri, before we close out today's session?
Well, the only thing I guess I want to reiterate, it was very interesting summit. A lot of questions were raised. I like those questions. Actually, I need to follow up on a bunch of them myself, with my team, myself individually. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And I hope other people who participate in our summit, they have very similar feelings about it, and I hope they will follow up on those questions that were raised during this summit. That's my hope, at least.
Very good. Well, thank you so much to everyone for joining yesterday and today. I know it's been a wonderful series of sessions. Thank you, Javy, for helping co-host today, and thank you to all of the speakers who brought their full force of their experience and expertise. We really appreciate you sharing your knowledge and taking the time to put together a presentation and give it to us. As they said before, everybody is doing this, at no cost. So it's just everyone is joining together to help the community. So thank you to everyone for having a big heart to share.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.